Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the Zero Project India Conference and CII-IBDN National Conference. According to the World Health Organization, nearly 1.3 billion in the world experience a significant disability, making the disabled the world's largest minority, experiencing exclusion and seclusion in healthcare, education work, and community life. If we want to achieve true development, inclusion is an imperative. This means building an enabling ecosystem, developing solutions, removing barriers, and most importantly, forging partnerships to convert these aspirations into real action. And what better day to start than today? The auspicious Ganesh Chaturthi, a celebration of the god who removes all barriers. This year, CII Indian Business Disability Network has joined hands with the Zero Project to organize the conference with the theme focusing on global networks and innovations for inclusive employment in India. We have not done this alone. The lead partners is Youth for Jobs. The conference is supported by Omdiyar Network India. The esteemed partners of the conference are GDI Partners, Axis Bank Foundation, and the Hans Foundation. To officially begin our conference, may I request Sri Rajesh Agarwalji, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Mr. Martin Essel, Mr. Venkatraman, Ms. Meera Shenoy, and Ms. Shilpa Kumar to please light the lamp before proceeding onto the stage for our inaugural session. Thank you so much. May I request all of you to please join us on stage? Please. Can I request all the dignitaries to please join me on stage? May I now request Ms. Meera Shenoy, founder and CEO Youth for Jobs, to please offer the welcome address.
A warm welcome to all of you here to the first Zero Project India conference. I really cannot believe that actually it's happening. It's the beginning of a long partnership between the Global Zero Project, which organizes the annual Zero Conference in Vienna at the UN headquarters every year for the last 14 years. And Youth for Jobs, the organization which I founded, which has a vision that every youth with disabilities will be poverty-free, confident, able, independent, through trainings and linkages to jobs and enterprises. To Martin Essel, chairman of the Essel Foundation, you've come to India after a long, long time. I think it really means so much to me and to all of us gathered here. To Michael and to Sunita, I think we've been seeing each other virtually for the last 1.5 years, trying to make this Zero Project India conference a reality. So a warm welcome to you. And a warm welcome to India to all the friends who come here from different parts of the world. Carola, Michael, Klaus, Daniel, Bernd, Lasanti, Alvin. I can see many of them here. To Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Country Director of ILO. Thank you for coming here. And to all the amazing panelists and the exhibitors who are participating today. The beginning today is really auspicious. It's Vinayak Chaturthi. Vinayak is the Lord Indians pray to remove all obstacles. So it means zero barriers. When I was crafting this conference, I knew it was an opportunity to bring the best of the partners together onto one platform. And if innovations in employment is our conference theme in 2023, how can we do it without bringing the important stakeholder, which is the business leaders? So I called up my friends in the CII-IBDN, which is the only network of business and disability in the country. And then something impossible and beautiful happened. The Zero Project India Conference joined hands with CII-IBDN for their annual national conference in disability. Two events became one. Two large partners came together. So a warm welcome to all of them. And I'm so happy, Seema, I'm so happy that this is the first event of their new chairman, Mr. Venkatraman. To mainstream all this work in disability, it cannot be done without the help of the government, who are the main policy makers and make large impact. A warm welcome to our secretary, Rajesh Agarwal. To anyone who knows him, you'll know that he's so approachable, is tech savvy, and to have him as our secretary in disability is an immense pleasure. He unhesitatingly accepted our invitation, and we look forward not just to listening to him, but to work with him closely to impact this space. The Omidyar Network India, a warm welcome and thanks for believing in us and making this your first investment in the inclusion space. You were not just funders, but I think you added value every step of the way, including giving us GDI with its amazingly enthusiastic young team. A warm welcome to all in the Axis Bank Foundation, a funder who's funded us from year one and has still believes in us, to the Hans Foundation, who have a keen interest in the disability space. We hope to see more of you. We are so happy to have as our supporter, a supporter of the Zero Project India Conference, but a supporter of the disability space itself, Sayami Kher, the Bollywood actress who did this tremendous role in the new film, Ghumar. Interviewing her, is my new friend, also an inspirational friend, Sangeeta Mishra. The timing is right. I think every Indian is proud of the chairmanship of the G20, where we showcased our homegrown innovations and the successful Chandrayaan launch. This conference, I think, is our G20 of the disability space, where we work together to craft a common vision. This conference is a melting of silos and barriers which exist between organizations, which sometimes impede the space. The networking spirit of the Zero Project, we think, will have a ripple effect in India, with Indian innovations going abroad and global innovations coming to India. We need every one of you. The Zero Project India team is committed. I am reiterating this commitment to work with every one of you to build India, South Asia, and a world with zero barriers. Thank you and a warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Meera. I'd now like to invite Mr. Venkatraman, Chairman CII National Committee on Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities and IBDN, and Managing Director ANZ, to please offer the opening address.
A warm welcome and good afternoon to all of you. I would like to begin by taking a sports metaphor, and I'm hoping Sammy will join us soon. This is a tribute to her for her spectacular role in Ghumar. Many of us will remember the Tokyo Olympics, where India participated and brought home 7 medals tally, which was unbeaten, which has been the highest for the country in all these years. But the Paralympics followed immediately thereafter, and we were in for a very, very pleasant surprise. Our heroes brought home 19 medals, which was a brilliant effort. So what does this tell us? This is testimony that given the right opportunity and the right enablement and an ecosystem that supports a diverse and even the excluded can make it happen and make it happen in style. It needs no reiteration that the inclusion ecosystem has moved from a charity lens, and it's important to note this, to a more enabling lens. And this is what we are going to talk about in the next couple of days. The theme of this conference, innovation, investments in technology solutions that can enable inclusive employment in India, is really, really important. And since we will be talking about employment, industry would be one of the more compelling participants in this discussion. As a representative of the industry, I can say that the needle has moved, albeit slowly, but it's still moving when it comes to larger scale diversity and inclusion. Not just seen as complying to a legal obligation or meeting tokenism outcomes. Companies have decided and have employed methods and are reaping the benefits of this in the form of access to a tremendously untapped talent potential that the diversity and the diverse group offer, who are perhaps more committed and also fostering brilliant work culture wherever they go. Over the past few years, many organizations have taken great strides in building and enabling policies and ecosystems to ensure that diversity and inclusion in the workplace is adhered to and delivered to the satisfaction of all stakeholders. The issue of disability and diversity is especially getting very crucial in today's, as a part of today's agenda in most organizations. For example, I represent ANZ. In my own organization, the Group Capability Center for the bank, we have approximately 1.5% of our employee base who are with diverse capabilities. And what makes me more proud is of these, almost 25% of women. So that's a double bonus. This includes about 10 employees, small start, but 10 employees with severe disabilities such as cerebral palsy, autism, and muscular atrophy. We have ended up making small changes in our system to create an inclusive workplace, like creating an employee resource group, which we call as Abilities Network in the organization, providing sensitization, sign language, and unconscious bias training to not only the teams that are working with such individuals, but to the entire organization, specifically our support staff too. We provide motorized wheelchairs, manual wheelchairs, joysticks, pedals, and almost 20% of our workstations are adjustable for not only the inclusion purposes, but also by ergonomic designs. We are a bank, so banking terms can be quite complex, though banking is an easy business. So we have gone ahead and created an exclusive dictionary of banking words in sign language, which has been created for our PWD staff to communicate much, much better. Sign language videos with financial terminologies built in have also been designed for ensuring that all our staff, including the persons with disabilities, are fully geared up to learn the new process. Focus on career progression is important. One success is, of course, to get them into the workforce, but to ensure that they meet their ambitions, it's very important to create a career progression opportunity for them. One of our programs called Uptick was created just with this in mind, is very individual focused and is customized and aims at unlocking potential and increase capability and knowledge of our employees with disabilities. We do provide special transport and taxis for persons with PWD staff, which have got a special design to ensure easy egress and ingress for them. We use JAWS. JAWS allows visually impaired users to read the screen either with a text-to-speech output or a refreshable braille display. Not just that, our volunteering programs are also geared towards promoting inclusion. We have an in-house recording center which gives our employees an option to add the magic of books in the lives of those who are visually impaired. These voice recorded books on different subjects become a part of Samarthanam, which is an NGO, their digital library. All this was not achieved in a day, and there is a long way ahead for us. We learned through mistakes. We learned as we journeyed through this inclusion agenda. We also realized that there were other companies which were going through similar experiences. That's when the India Business Disability Network, or IBDN, was set up by CII on the principle of bringing together companies so that we can learn from each other, support and empower each other. When this network was rolled out 4 years ago, it was just a handful of companies. Today, IBDN engages more than 100 stakeholder organizations, and it's a growing tribe. What we have realized and understood is that companies are no longer asking why. Rather, the questions are around how they can become more inclusive. To understand the how, IBDN took an exercise of studying disability confident companies that have gone through this journey, to identify common threads and frameworks for these companies follow, so it can be adopted by others as well. I want to share that we found 4 key elements which were common across all champion companies. Firstly, top management commitment leading to inclusive policies and strong governance systems. Second, conscious inclusive recruitment business. Number 3, awareness and adaptations. One of the most critical elements to ensure that workplaces are barrier free in terms of physical, digital, and more importantly, attitudinal barriers needs to be addressed. Most of the companies have leveraged technology or some form of innovative solutions to address barriers. And the final one, forging partnerships. To create inclusive systems, you need to work with partners. Bringing together complementary resources can create value not just for your organization, but the entire ecosystem, which can enable continuous systemic transformation. I'm therefore very pleased that the conference that we are jointly organizing with Zero Project is focusing on all these elements. Thank you very much, Martin and Michael. We do appreciate and acknowledge the significant role of technology and innovation and how it has changed the industry sector completely and also the social space. One of the latest experiences within the disability ecosystem was when we as IBDN partnered with Youth for Jobs to launch Swaraj Ability, where IT was leveraged to develop an online platform for PWD job seekers to match them with potential employers. Over 400 employers are engaging with the online platform for hiring solution. Meera Shenoy, our sincere gratitude for helping us do this, and you should take a bow. To further promote and encourage industry action towards inclusion, I would also like to share that we would soon be launching a recognition award for companies who have excelled in their disability inclusion practices. We hope that these awards will help in placing these companies on a spotlight and will bring out many innovative practices followed by such companies so that they can be adopted by others. In terms of industry's roles, I also recall in one of our early CII consultations, Secretary C. Rajesh Agarwal ji had also suggested that as a leading industry association, we need to also see how we can leverage the industry leadership in mentoring budding entrepreneurs with disabilities. I'd like to share, Mr. Agarwal, that we have considered it, and IBDN is working with the Youth for Jobs in rolling out a program for such entrepreneurs with a focus on women. Today, as a country, we are high on energy, enthusiasm, and ideas, where technology, innovation, and investment sits at the center. We now need to understand how these elements can provide effective solutions in addressing and strengthening the inclusion ecosystem. We therefore felt that this would be the most opportune time to host this year's annual conference with this as a central theme. There are already some great solutions which you will all experience at the exhibition site next door, and I'm hoping all of you will visit and have some constructive engagements with the teams there. I'm looking forward to today's and tomorrow's deliberations with the hope that we get some ideas and action areas that we can take forward in building an inclusive world. I look forward to all your active participation and engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Venkatraman. I'd now like to invite Ms. Shilpa Kumar, partner Omdiyar Network, to address us on the importance of investing in inclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be a part of this conference. It's especially great to see who's in the room, not just the PWD community, but also policymakers, corporates, CSR foundations, civil society organizations, international and multilateral organizations, all sitting here with one aim, and a focus on an agenda to empower each person with disability to live their lives fully. We at Omdiyar Network India believe that this is both a critical agenda and an important time for this conversation. Our purpose is to invest in bold entrepreneurs who make life meaningful for every individual in the country, especially the next 500 million. Our belief is that technology especially can unlock opportunity and access in significant ways. Over the years, we have indeed seen this unfold in very many areas like education, healthcare, and financial inclusion. But as we look back, we can see that actually there's a very substantial opportunity to focus much more sharply on the lived experience of certain communities to focus on how indeed life has been shaped, particularly in this digital age. What are the lived realities? Has change percolated equally? Has the digital divide actually made it harder for some communities? Is there a need for tailored innovation? And how can communities themselves drive forward this agenda? Our work in the Equal Opportunities Lab focuses on such areas where special attention needs to be focused to enable inclusion. And indeed, it's a pleasure to announce that the first project we supported under our Equal Opportunities Lab is the Zero Conference in India, led by Meera Shenoy and the Youth for Jobs team, as well as the Zero Project Conference that Michael leads. Exactly 7 months ago, I attended this flagship event of the Zero Project in Vienna. What struck me there were three things. First, the fact that the conference was largely owned and attended by persons with disability. Second, the expansive width of the dialogue, which spread across various facets of people's lives and aspirations. Third, the tremendous energy on driving forward innovation and change. To me, it represents the North Star of where the Zero Conference India can head and the momentum that we can collectively build to take this forward with greater understanding, with more innovation, and constant change. Such change is often not easy, and it can happen only when there is deep partnership between many people, focusing, of course, around the PWD community, but also needing the corporate sector, the government, and many others. It's true that much of the heavy lifting will actually happen possibly with the involvement of communities and the government. But there is a role that philanthropic communities can play. It can be a smaller role, but it can be a critical and a catalytic role. By its nature, philanthropic funding can be experimental, it can be flexible. It can look for white spaces that are unexplored and go on to support newer work that can be foundational. In doing this, investors typically will ask two questions. First, is there enough understanding of the lived realities and challenges faced by each person with disability? For a country as wide and diverse as India, such research can really be critical to develop a very definitional understanding that actually reflects the maybe spectrum of experiences and moves beyond just a binary kind of classification. Better understanding can help data come up, which can serve as inputs to policymakers and can equally help CSOs and corporates to prioritize on what needs to be solved for. The second important question in investing is that the solutions that are available and solutions that can be built, can they be dramatically different? Can they look at things afresh? And can we solve the challenge of affordability, access, and empowerment in very many different ways? We have seen enormous change in India over the last decade as entrepreneurs and technology have driven substantive change in almost every area, whether it's education, healthcare, or financial inclusion. However, such tech-led innovations have sometimes created a double divide for communities that don't have digital access. That's a role that philanthropic communities and investors can come forward to help kickstart. We can help build community of change makers and entrepreneurs, both for-profit and non-profit, who can focus their efforts on new solutions and also provide a space where cohorts of change makers can get different kinds of support and handholding. The last area where philanthropic communities can invest and play a key role is building the broader ecosystem to build a shared understanding of a zero barrier world.
These networks can be of different types, and they can create forums of learning and sharing and building on each other's thoughts and ideas. They can also help build access to capital in meaningful ways. Our learning has been that different pools of capital can play meaningful roles in unlocking the potential for change. For instance, philanthropies can support potential lighthouse projects which have higher risk in innovation, and they can also support early entrepreneurs. Once a project is successful and becomes a lighthouse project, showing the way to many other kinds of change, it can at that point attract CSR capital, which can take this work to scale. When there's a scale lighthouse project, it can possibly be picked up and mainstreamed either by communities or by governments. As I look around the room, I'm really heartened by the fact that we have every kind of ecosystem partner in this room. There's much to learn and much to take forward with strong momentum. I agree with Meera, today being Ganesh Chaturthi and the day of Ganesh, the Vignaharta. It's really a fitting coincidence that this remover of obstacles, Ganesha, whom we celebrate today, can also in a way bless this movement and make it a mission to succeed in the hope of every person with disability living their lives to the fullest potential. I thank Meera for putting this together. I thank the Zero Project and wish the Zero Conference in India every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. May I now request Mr. Martin Essel, founder and chairman, Essel Foundation and Zero Project, to please address the gathering.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends in this room and online, from India and from all over the world. I'm so happy to be here with you today for the start of the Zero Project conference in New Delhi. This is a big day for the Essel Foundation and for the Zero Project. Our topic is using new and innovative solutions from around the world to support people with disabilities, especially in finding good jobs in India. And there's a lot to learn from each other. Across the globe, people with disabilities face similar discrimination when it comes to education, accessibility, and employment. The Zero Project's mission is to find solutions for these problems and share them globally, solutions that are proven to work and support people with disabilities in all aspects of their lives and their rights. Every year, we recognize outstanding solutions and invite them to be the stars of the Zero Project conference held in the premises of the United Nations in Vienna. Our team doesn't do this by its own, but together with people from all sectors of society and across the globe. Some 10,000 experts from 180 countries have helped us in this work in the past 12 years. We have found some 900 innovative practices and policies and worked with hundreds of organizations, from US agencies to self-representatives, from IT multinationals to grassroots organizations, and from governments to IT startups. All these solutions are in our Zero Project database, which is free for everyone to use. But the Zero Project doesn't stop here. We build on this work and create partnerships to take it to the next level. How do we do this? First, we believe in the power of technology as a unique tool set to create change. But it has to be done inclusively and accessibly, and working with persons with disabilities at all stages of development. We see artificial intelligence opening up new opportunities which we have to seize to create this world with zero barriers. And that is our vision. Technologies also allow for effectively transferring innovations to new regions and countries. So we need to make sure this potential is realized and supported the most promising solutions to realize it as quickly as possible. And second, we believe in collaboration as a driver for change. I want to say a big thank you to our partners, to Youth for Jobs, to the Confederation of Indian Industry, to the Omidyar Network India, to GDI partners, and the Axis Bank Foundation. A special thank to Mira Shenoy, founder of the Youth for Jobs. You and your team worked tirelessly to make this cooperation a success. And with your help, we are making this conference happen. Bringing the Zero project that is run by a really small foundation from a really small country called Austria to the world is one of the main pillars of our strategy right now. And I'm very happy that the Zero project has grown in leaps and bounds over the years through the dedication of our regional collaborations. India is unique and very special. And you hardly need me to tell that to you. It is also a wonderful place for the Zero project, with Indian having both outstanding minds and outstanding resources and technologies in your country, and using it to support this disadvantaged and remote groups here in India. From what we see and feel, India is also seeing itself more and more in the position to export this expertise, the know-how in building and scaling and financing innovative solutions to India and to other countries in Asia and in Africa. And that is wonderful news for the whole worldwide Zero project community. I promise that the ESL Foundation will support this important work that is done in India. We believe in the power of the Zero project community, working together, sharing new ideas for our common goal, creating accessibility, inclusion, and equality for all. This world with zero barriers that we dream of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. May I now request Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Officer in Charge India, ILO, to please offer the special address.
Distinguished delegates and colleagues, it is indeed my pleasure to be here today, the gathering and sharing the views on the global networks and innovations making inclusive employment a reality in India. I would like to express my appreciation to Zero Project, IBDN, CII, and the organizers for hosting such an important conference. While there are many good practices of inclusive employment in the private sector, the government, and the United Nations, we still have a long way to go. The ILO, with its unique position of the working with the government, employers, and workers, we have implemented various innovative approaches to promote employment of persons with disabilities that I would like to share with you today. I would like to start by sharing some figures to help everyone conceptualize the field in which we operate. People with disabilities make up an estimated 1.3 billion, or 16% of the world population, and about 80% of those are of working age. Ensuring an inclusive future of work is part of the 2020 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, adopted in 2006 and rapidly ratified by a majority of countries, reflects the fundamental shift that is taking place in how disability is regarded in international and national policies. People with disabilities are increasingly being regarded as citizens and as rights holders rather than as objects of the social welfare or charity. The CRPD provides fresh impetus to the ILO's activities to promote equal opportunities for persons with disabilities in training, employment, and occupation. Article 27 of the CRPD talks about the rights of persons with disabilities to work on an equal basis with others. The ILO has a long-standing commitment to promoting social justice and achieving decent work for people with disabilities. It takes a twin-track approach to disability inclusions. One track allows for disability-specific programs or initiatives aimed at overcoming barriers, while the other track seeks to ensure the inclusion of persons with disabilities in mainstream services and activities, such as skills training, employment promotion, social protection schemes, and poverty reduction strategies. You will agree that the inclusive employment is a key component of inclusive growth, which aims to reduce poverty and inequality by creating opportunities for all segments of society, including persons with disabilities. Disability inclusion is vital, and unlike gender, race, or age, addressing disability inclusion can be challenging, as most disabilities are invisible and many chose not to be open about them. People with disabilities are 50% less likely to get jobs, and even the jobs they perform tend to be the lower rungs of the corporate ladder. People with disabilities with an advanced for the degree earn less annually compared to the people without disabilities, though they have the same education levels. Some of the innovations and strategies that can ensure equal participation of persons with disabilities in employment, for example, awareness raising is a core component to bring about attitudinal change, improve work culture, and ensure an accessible environment and communication. Equal and opportunity and treatment is the fundamental principle of social justice that has been the core of the ILO's work since it was founded in 1919. Reasonable accommodation is an essential component of promoting diversity and inclusion at the workplace and the rights to equality in employment, vocational training, and education. 85% of the jobs due to be available in 2030 have not yet been invented. So skilling, reskilling, and upskilling people with disabilities with 21st century skills such as creativity, communication, critical thinking can propel them to be in a stronger position in this constantly evolving world of work. Technological changes, according to the 2019 NASCOM report, the growth of the e-commerce and technology-based sectors is leading to the creation of new job ecosystems, which are becoming a large source of employment. Digital transformation, which promote the working and networking, can drive people with disabilities towards greater success and help tap into their potential and unique skill sets. Now, let me come to networks. The ILO Global Business and Disability Network aims to create a global workforce culture that is respectful and welcoming people with disabilities. The goal is to ensure that employment policies and practices in companies of all types are inclusive of people with disabilities around the world. The ILO also works to increase awareness about the positive relationship between disability inclusion and business success. The network is a unique platform for business-to-business support and peer-to-peer learning on disability issues. The network facilitates the exchange of knowledge through global, regional, and national meetings, both face-to-face and online, as well as working groups and joint publications. The network also supports national-level business initiatives on disability inclusion, and India is part of the network. Company members have signed a network charter and thereby commit to its 10 disability inclusion principles. I would like to congratulate CII for setting up the Indian Business Disability Network in 2019. The IBDN has taken many initiatives in recent years to afford opportunities for people with disabilities, recognizing their true potential to contribute to society. With the membership of the 100 companies of the IBDN stands strong to promote a workforce culture that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. In recent years, the color purple has been increasingly associated with disability, symbolizing a new positive narrative about contribution of persons with disabilities in the workforce and wider community. As mentioned earlier, an estimated 80% of the world persons with disabilities are of working age. Yet, very few life experiences invoke the same mixture of pity, fear, awkwardness, or feeling of inconvenience from others. These human reactions can make it challenging for employees and employers around the world when setting out to create an accessible world of work. They require employees to build resilience and confidence, and for employers to develop the sophisticated approach to cultural change. To accelerate the pace of change, the Purple Space Strategy 2022 to 2025 sets out on the bold ambition to boost the global disability employee resources group and network. Government, companies, disability NGOs, trade unions, and academia must be encouraged to commit and contribute towards global disability employee resource group and network through different actions. Also, Variable 500 is a global partnership of 500 companies working together in harmony to end disability exclusions. It is changing the narrative by putting disability inclusion on the leadership agenda and tackling the disability data gap to create business accountability, and also authentically representing people with disabilities in advertising and media in ensuring accessibility for all. India has reaffirmed its commitment to disability inclusion by forming a dedicated working group, Disability, Equity, and Justice, under CBO 20 of G20. Lastly, I would like to also share that ILO is for supporting the implementation of the Spark project in Maharashtra, where persons with disabilities are identified from rural villages and trained as disability inclusion facilitators. Disability inclusion facilitators engage with government, community, and persons with disabilities to raise their awareness and promote engagement of persons with disabilities, especially women in socioeconomic activities. There is collective knowledge and experiences, capacity, and networks of the stakeholders to work together and take the agenda of leave no one behind. I'd like to end my speech by sharing a quote from the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, saying, "Achieving a world where all people have equal access to opportunities is a goal worth fighting for." Let us all work together to make inclusive employment a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sasaki. May I now request Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, to please deliver the keynote address.
Afternoon, everyone, and happy Ganesh Chaturthi to everyone. As all of you know that India has now crossed China in terms of population, and we are #1 most populated nation in the world. It also translates to having the most persons with disabilities in the world. So we have a huge challenge as well as an opportunity. Since today's focus is on inclusion in employment, last week we launched a portal called Daksh, and which basically will be a network of networks for getting skill training, vocational training, as well as job opportunities. So we requested Amazon in the morning that in the evening we are launching this. So let's launch with some soft data. So can you post some job opportunities here for persons with disabilities? In 1 hour, we had 1,000 opportunities across the country from them. So if you today open Daksh portal, you will see these pockets where these job opportunities are there. And then people who have uploaded their profiles, you can see that. It is a classic matchmaking like shadi.com. So, and then I promised last week that by Diwali, we will have 25,000 job postings. And I believe we are on that way. We are talking to a lot of partners, and I am happy that Youth for Jobs is very actively engaged with us. Enable India is very actively engaged with us. Then industry associations like CII, SOCHAM, FICCI, they're all collaborating with us on this. And since Amazon had posted this, I told them I want to come to your center. So yesterday, full day, I was at their fulfillment center in Manesar, which is beyond Gurgaon. And they have about 92 persons with speech and hearing impairments actually deployed there and chatted with dozens of them. For example, I chatted with a boy who has come from Jharkhand. I asked him कि झारखंड से गुड़गांव कैसे पहुंच गए? How did you land in Gurgaon? He said, in our community on WhatsApp groups, every good and bad thing travels very fast. And so people from all over India are landing up there. So I asked this boy, Shadi ho gayi? Are you married? He said, no. So I asked him, are you not getting a girl? He said, no, after getting a job, my parents found a girl from me, and now in 2 months I'm getting married. So employment is very, very important to have a very dignified life. So whether it leads to other good things also, but that's a foundation. So I was introduced to their Alexa team also. So I asked them, when will we have this skill in Alexa, that a person can say, Alexa, naukri dila do, and Alexa helps them, Alexa, get me a job. So next week, actually, we are meeting with the technical team to enable this. And I was talking to them that possibilities of using technology are endless. For example, I told them that people with cerebral palsy, they have a slurry speech. Can Alexa clean up that speech in a sense, and so that the other person can understand very, very easily? Someone is stammering, can that be sort of, or language translation we all know, but can we do that? One language which sometimes gets missed out in all this vernacular and translation part is sign language. So on 23rd of this month, we have an International Sign Day. So we are releasing in open source 10,000 sign videos which our team has made. And we are talking to a lot of people who are in AI field, including IIT Delhi, JNU, and Google team and others. So that sign to text and text to sign. And I'm willing to fund that research also, that in next 3-4 months, can we have this, that you take any text in any language and you get an automated animated video in sign language, and vice versa. Someone is signing using sign, and just like you are getting a transcript. So if someone is signing, can you get a transcript? So now it is from my sound to transcript. Can it be from sign to transcript, from video to transcript? I feel that's very much possible. And this repository of 10,000 videos, 10,000 sign languages, I think it can be easily plugged into ChatGPT or the large language models. We can fine tune that and we will have this. And I'm very sure it will be possible. We talk of unity in diversity, but I'm now secretary of this department for last 1 year, and I see a very mixed bag. The society in general, sometimes if you see, we are a joint family country, children with disabilities and others, they get taken care of by family. But then I also ask this openly in many conferences, why don't we see people with disabilities on the roads, in the parks, even in the society parks? And many parents then tell me very horror stories, that even getting a child down in the lift in a society in Delhi or Bangalore or Mumbai, it may be very unpleasant experience for the parents and for the child. As a society, sometimes we want to wish good, we are good people, but sometimes it does not manifest in the behavior. But thankfully, the discussion is now very open and the things are changing also, especially when we see companies like Amazon and other big companies and a lot of Indian small businessmen also, they're now willing to take a leap of faith and give a chance to people with disabilities, and they prove themselves. My discussion in Amazon was also on these grounds, that they told me that we do a lot of reasonable accommodations. For example, they even had a sign language booth with 5 lines open in 5 languages, so that any supervisor or any worker can communicate better through the interpreter. And they told me very happily that even the group insurance they have done, the insurance companies sort of honor this thing and they do provide a good cover to people with disabilities. So that thing is also changing. Till now we had actually a very huge challenge with the insurance companies, but now nudged by courts and other good people. So these things are changing, and insurance companies are offering now good products. In Amazon, I was happy that group insurance of employees covers employees with disabilities also quite well. So those kind of reasonable accommodations are required. But then they told me that after this, we treat everyone equally, on equal footing. Then it's not really a charity kind of thing. People have to perform, and those who perform, they get equal opportunity to get promoted also. That's the way it should be. Equal opportunity in employment, some reasonable accommodations in the beginning, and then throughout for the regular working. But then should not be looked at as charity. Because if it is looked at as charity, the other companies will also sort of, that message will spread around, that performance does not count. So I'm very open in this, that when you are talking of employment at higher levels, performance has to count, but reasonable accommodations have to be made. I had jotted down a few other points that I will not relate anything with the Ganesha story of surgery and all, but we are a nation, we have been a nation of scientists and mathematicians and entrepreneurs. And in our older literature, we do see references to amputations and artificial limbs, even in literature of 3,000 years back, very well documented. So the technology improves, but the ideas were there, some kind of implementation was there. And we need to mix the Indian Jugaad system, the Indian frugal system with best of technologies from within India and from abroad. Last month I went to Jaipur and the famous Jaipur food guys, and I spent a full day there. So 50 years back, very frugal fashion, they started using irrigation pipes. They just melt them and use them on the amputation part, use the pylon, etc., and make an artificial limb. So even today, people across the country, they just catch a train to Jaipur and get amputation, basically the artificial limb on the same day. But then, more than a decade ago, they worked with MIT of US, and an artificial knee joint can cost maybe $5,000 in US. But MIT and Jaipur food guys, they developed a $50 artificial knee joint. I have now seen a lot of artificial knee joints in the market. So I really played around with it and I was really impressed with the quality. But then for the socket, I told them that why don't you talk to Arun Cherian of Bangalore. Now, Arun is a guy who was working in US for a number of years. And he worked in a company which makes exoskeletons for US Army. So he got that experience, came back to India, started his own startup in Bangalore. A CNC machine, which you import from Dubai or US or Europe, it costs about 4 crore rupees. So he got it made from Gujarat in 50 lakh rupees. He uses that CNC machine to cut the mold and then put a socket over it using PVU sheets. And 6 months ago, when I had met Arun, he was using iPads with a sensor costing about 2 lakh rupees to do a 3D scan. This time he had told me, sir, I have done away with the sensor. I have modified the software with your regular iPhone, putting the software only, no hardware sensor costing 2 lakh rupees. You can do a 3D scan in 10 seconds to multi-mm level accuracy. And then his CNC machine prepares that thing in about 7-8 minutes. So I did a matchmaking of Jaipur foot with Arun's company, Rise Digital in Bangalore. So today morning only he has sent me a video and he said, "Hamara tie-up ho gaya hai kuch." So he has done first lot for them. And he sent a video of about a 50-year-old person who has got artificial limb. One leg is above knee amputation. And the guy is immediately after getting the limb fitted, he's dancing around and actually running around the room. He has sent me that video. So just imagine a mix of 50-year-old traditional frugal technology with an open sourcing project by MIT, which brought down the cost from $5,000 to $50 for the artificial knee. and then the socket, using our Indian knowledge, gathered abroad. The guy comes back, starts his small startup, brings down the cost 10x, cost of CNC machine and cost of actually the whole sensor of 3D scanning also. So this is the way we can reach out to our remote areas, and the idea is that on motorcycles, people can go with iPhones to villages, do this scanning in 10 seconds, transmit this data to Bangalore or anywhere where the CNC machine is. In 2 days, the proper socket actually gets shipped and then fitted. So that is the whole idea, and that's the way India has to really go about it. Mix of everything and then the big distribution channel. And we have to go beyond hardware and software, and we need to indigenize a lot of other protocols and testing procedures and diagnostics. So I'm very happy to report to you that I think it was on 17th, 2 days back, that we launched Indian IQ test, the first Indian IQ test. Till now, we have been using the French Benekamer test or the Wechsler's test of European intelligence, basically. So this is the first test of IQ, which is designed in India in last 3 years. We got health ministry's approvals, etc., and launched the test 2 days back. So that is now the third test available in Indian market. So very well suited, and we are open sourcing it. We will not be charging $1,000 royalty for every test. So we have actually open sourced it, and in November end we are hosting a conference of all nearby nations, training them on this Indian IQ test, and we are offering to them that we will adopt it from Bangladesh, Bhutan, or anyone who is interested, free of cost. So we want this knowledge to really expand. So we all lighted the lamp. The whole idea is that the knowledge should spread like light, free of cost, free of any barriers, and it should be free for anyone to use. And we believe that when we share knowledge, it does not shrink, it expands. So that is the whole idea of lighting the lamp, and Saraswati Vandana also. And last point from my side, there was some mention of AI, etc. So to help in that, I mentioned about sign language videos we are releasing with properly indexed so that they can be used. We have data of about 10 million disability cards in the country, UDID data. Just like UID and UPI, they have now become the protocol behind a lot of things. We are able to use Google Pay and Paytm because the UPI layer or the data layer is behind it. Similarly, we are able to do a lot of stuff, for example, instantaneous SIM card activation, because the KYC process is UID based and instantaneous digital. Similarly, I believe UDID data sharing will become more and more important. For example, Daksh portal I mentioned, the person just puts in the UDID number, the entire data comes back. He says share it with 20 other networks providing jobs, the data instantly gets shared. So anonymized aggregated data, we have in the country 36 states, 760 districts, 6,000 blocks. So district-wise data of 21 disability, age group-wise, gender-wise, we released about, again on last week we released it, and I believe a lot of people will start using it. By this month end, I will be releasing block-wise data with heat maps. So you can actually see where which disability is increasing, which is decreasing. So one can focus on those areas. And it is throwing very interesting trends. For example, acid attack victims. Normally one would feel that these are mostly girls and women. But my data says that 2/3 people of acid attack victims are actually males. That is what data says. The data unfortunately also says that autism is increasing across the country. The data happily says that since polio is decreasing, the childhood locomotor disabilities are actually decreasing. But again, unfortunately, we have a lot of road accidents and then diabetes thing also later in life. So for adults, the locomotor disability and the accidents due to accidents, that is increasing. So very interesting trends, you can all play around with this. And at the last, only since a lot of stakeholders and employers are present here, so my request to all the employers present here, all the NGOs and all the industry associations is that employment, skill training, and then mentorship, these are incredibly important for a person with disabilities, and getting a good standing in life, a good job can really be transformative. actually much more transformative to a person with disabilities than to a so-called normal person, because a lot of factors get associated with it. So with that, thank you everyone, and again, best wishes for Ganesh Chaturthi and for this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sri Agarwal, for leaving us with this sense of possibility and promise. I would now like to request all the dignitaries on stage to please step up front to launch the accessibility playbook. I would also like to invite Ms. Sayami Kher, Indian actor, Mr. Sandeep Kapoor, CEO, Hans Foundation, Mr. Ankur from GDI Partners, and Ms. Seema Arora, Deputy Director General CII, on stage to join for the launch, please. This playbook is a simple guide to planning accessible events. The purpose of this playbook is not to provide an exhaustive list of elements to make events accessible to their participants, but more as a building block upon which event organizers can build their own accessibility practices. All delegates can access this playbook at the Youth for Jobs website. Thank you so much. I would like to request all the dignitaries to please take your gift bags along with you as you step off the stage. These gifts have been created by artists who are persons with disabilities. I would like to request Ms. Sayami Kher and Ms. Seema to please stay on stage. I would also like to invite now Ms. Sangeeta Thakur to please join us on the stage. I would now like to invite Ms. Seema Arora, Deputy Director General CII, to please deliver the theme address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's very hard to add on to the already very interesting insights that we have got from this distinguished set of speakers. So first of all, please join me in thanking all the people who just delivered some outstanding insights. Thank you to all of them. Please join me. I must also thank all our partners, especially the Zero Project, of course, Mira, Omidyar, GDI, Axis Bank, and all of the others who've really worked very hard, along with my colleague Sarbani, who leads, and the entire team of CII-IBDN. So this has been a really team effort, and I want to thank you all for that. Like we heard from all the speakers, inclusion is really what is required. We have to move beyond charity, we have to move beyond CSR, we have to move towards empowerment, employment, and inclusion. India's G20 theme was also all about inclusion. One world, one earth, one family. And I think in that commitment, G20 leaders declaration also, we saw a huge focus on inclusion. It's really been a people's G20, as was said by Honorable Prime Minister, and including people in G20 has also been a first for any G20 at this moment. So I think at CII, we were privileged to be a part of the B20. And again, the theme of inclusion was center stage. In fact, every one of our task forces discussed inclusion. Mr. Venkatramana, Chair, talked about the IBDN, and we launched this, as he said, 4 years ago. We've had some success, but there are miles to go. I think industry needs to do much more. Even though as CII, we represent industry, we feel much more needs to be done. Small steps are being taken, but I really feel very, very happy to stand here amongst a community which is dedicated itself and is committed to doing much more. And I think that gives us hope, that gives us aspiration, that we know what to do. I think, like was said, the why we should do is clear. Maybe more needs to be done. I think Omidyar mentioned that more research can be done. I agree. More evidence can be created, especially for policy, but also for industry to take action, because to make this mainstream, much more research, much more evidence creation would really help. Investing in solutions, that's the theme. I think technological investments, investing in employment opportunities, that's the theme. I think as CII, we've been doing job fairs, we've seen lots of interest, but if we can really move into providing opportunities which are now for the new world, as India and the world prepares for the next world order, and India is taking center stage. The Secretary said we are the most populous country, and if we can provide solutions in India, in fact, we can provide it to the rest of the world. India, in a way, is the lab for the entire world. So if whatever we discuss here today actually can be taken and scaled to the rest of the world, that's the opportunity. And I compliment Zero Project for bringing this opportunity to India. It is now up to all of us as partners to make sure that we leverage this opportunity. Finally, I want to just mention that when we are talking of how do we really go ahead and what do we do, I think we cannot have a better set of panelists to have in the first session and to set the tone around the opportunity and positivity. We're going to have a conversation between Sangeeta Thakur and Saimi Kher. Saimi Kher needs no introduction, a very talented Indian actor and a champion of the cause of disability. And I think if people like her put the spotlight on this, we'll see a lot more inclusion happening. So thank you so much, Saimi, for doing this. And of course, Sangeeta, she is the real example and the very, example of empowerment and determination. Sangeeta was diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy at a very young age. However, her journey through life has been nothing short of a heroic journey, having excelled in academics, extracurricular, build a career despite the immense challenges. So here is a real life and a real life character having a conversation. So I'm leaving you to both of them to take this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you so much for this introduction, and I wouldn't call my own journey heroic of any heroic proportion, but I do feel that today I am in a place and on a platform where I feel, not just figuratively, but also if you look at it very much physically, we can see that disability inclusion is center stage. All the time, all the conferences where I have been, I have had to take something at the side because they would not build a ramp in front of the stage because of aesthetics. They feel that if you build a ramp like that, then it just distracts from the aesthetics of the place. Coming to my point, this seems to be very providential, Saimi, that right at the time when we have this big talk about disability inclusion going on everywhere, whether it's government, policy, NGOs, PSR, even us, people, those who have disabilities, who have taken a back seat, have been building our own career, today want to come up and work in the disability space. And here you are with us, which I feel is again a very providential fact. And I suppose this is the time with films like Homer that you're changing the narrative around disabled people. Earlier in our movies, most of the time, disability was something which was laughed upon. You know, I just go back, I'm a lot older than you. As a young child growing up with hearing disability, I remember this film which was, I think Jaya Bhadari was also part of it. And there was this episode where this man comes and says, Kurta, and the guy who has hearing disability, he hears Kutta. And there was this Kutta Kurta, and there was a lot of laughter generated. So that kind of slapstick comedy used to happen around disability. But today, with films like Homer, everything has changed. You have made art, the disabled people, into something which people can look up to, um, as you know, inspirational people, or the struggles and motivating other people. I would like to you to tell us something about your own journey. I mean, what have you gathered so far from your working in the film? So can you just give us a brief on your own learning so far?
Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am. Firstly, good afternoon to everyone here. I feel that I am not even that drop in the ocean. I'll consider myself that little drop in the ocean, especially after what I've heard in the first session when I was sitting there. The work that's being done across the world, the work that ma'am, you yourself have done. I feel that film people, the medium is so large, it reaches a large audience, which is why they get a little more recognition, which is a little unfair, I feel, because the real heroes are people who are sitting here who have done the work they've done. Having said that, I feel my film Ghumar, which released I think a month ago, is a film very close to my heart for many reasons, but particularly because I think we've been able to be inclusive not only to a para athlete, but there's a transgender in the film, and Balki sir cast a transgender for the role of Ivanka, who played Ivanka, who played Rasika in the film, a girl called Ivanka. So I think it's been a very transformative journey for me. I'm someone who's been extremely passionate about sport ever since I was very young. And this is a story, if I could share a small anecdote, a small story. When I was 9, 10 years old, my uncle, who's a German, he loves running. He was running his first 100-kilometer race. And this was in Germany. And the 74th kilometer, he got really tired. And when you get tired, when you run, you are supposed to focus on your breath. So he was trying to focus on his breath, and he could hear a sound which was not the usual shoes that were running. And by the 76th kilometer, the sound continued, and he was about to give up, saying he can't complete the race. And someone tapped him on his shoulder and said, "Come on, my boy, you can finish it." And he ran past him, and there was a man who had an artificial leg, a prosthetic leg, and he ran across my uncle, who was very fit. And that kind of took him to the finish line. So as a 9, 10-year-old, I remember the story and remember that it's not about disabilities. I feel it's about, if you put your mind to doing something, no one can really stop you. But here on this platform, I feel that the only barriers that are, I think, prevalent are from society, from outside and not so much internal. So for me, Ghumar, I got to spend a lot of time with a lot of people. I got to learn a lot about their lives. And like I said, it was an absolutely transformative journey for me.
That's insightful. Like, as a young child itself, it seems you had become very sensitized to the needs of people, those who have some kind of a disability, or they need some kind of an accommodation. So this brings me to my second question with you. And this is like, I think you already touched upon this, that how you became inspired and involved in this cause. But tell us something in the context of Ghumar. How did this film bring about your personal experiences, and while you were filming, these new experiences which you had to undergo to be able to, enact that role with conviction? How did this come about?
So I was actually very fortunate. The Go Sports Foundation in Bangalore, that's doing a lot of good work with para athletes and other people. I feel I spent a lot of time with them. I got the opportunity to, I'm actually very starstruck by sporting personalities. Ekta Bayan is someone who's got us the gold medal. So I had the opportunity of spending time with her. Unfortunately, through COVID, so it was virtual. But the one takeaway for me, I think, when I chatted with them is especially Ekta, because she was very open with her story, and she, I think, is the reason I think I could manage to perform all right on screen is because of her help. But the one thing that Ekta taught me, she said, is we don't need anyone's pity. That's not what we need. So a lot of people have presumptions when you speak to a para athlete, and she said that this is not something we need, because I mean we are much stronger than most athletes out there, because sport, I feel, is first in the mind, then followed by anything else.
Yes.
I play sport myself, so you have to first win in your mind, and then everything else follows. So for me, my chat with Ekta, it enlightened me in a big way to help me in Ghumar. And the biggest takeaway for me from Ghumar as well was we did a whole lot of screenings for a whole lot of people. The para cricket team, a lot of girls who came and watched the films. So the biggest takeaway was that the para cricket team boys came and said that we didn't feel like this was about a para athlete, because that's Balki sir's uniqueness. It's his way of inclusion, is that it was my coach was so brutal to me in the film, and most of the para athletes came and said this is how our coaches are, but that's not what is portrayed in film. So what is portrayed in film is usually pity and sympathy, and that's not the reality. But with Ghumar, the reactions we got is that this is exactly what we've led. So Ghumar is a story of a champion. It's a story of somebody who's gone through hardship but has come out stronger and is a champion. And for me, I got that inspiration thanks to Ekta sharing so graciously sharing her life with me. I think another thing which was a big learning for me through Ghumar was how important family support is, how important, and this also people came and reacted and said that we've shown that in the film, is that family support is integral to everyone's life, I think, Uh, so Ekta also spoke about how her parents stood through her journey, how she's had friends and family who stood through her, which is extremely important. So for me, that was another learning through Ghumar.
I absolutely agree with you from my own personal experience also. Two things which I find very insightful in your views here is one is the pity factor. The pity factor plays in both ways. One is the self-pity which people start feeling when they have some kind of a disability, which is also something which comes from your surroundings, because when you don't get that kind of a support system which you spoke about, your family support. So in my personal experience also, I was not allowed to feel self-pity. I was not allowed to feel that I am any different from anybody else. So for example, in Homer, you are not a para-athlete as you say, but you're part of the mainstream cricketing team. Similarly, my family ensured that I would not be part of a exclusive disabled school or a group where only disabled people are there. They wanted me to be part of the mainstream. And mainstreaming is one of the most important factors which can give confidence to people with disability, because otherwise you always feel segregated, you feel different, and everybody also treats you as different. I'm absolutely with you on this, and your perspective is actually absolutely I think most people, if they come up with such perspectives and insight, it's going to help a lot. I'll come to my next question, and this is about how do you believe your visibility in the entertainment industry can make a difference in the disability rights movement?
So, ma'am, actually, again, I'm very, very enamored by the work that Mr. R. Balki, his wife Gauri Shinde, and their production house Hope do. Because I feel, yes, films entertain people. Yes, they're meant to be entertaining, but I think they have a much larger role in society, because they influence society in a very large way. So Mr. R. Balki did a film called Padman a few years ago, and the impact of that film was there are sanitary pad manufacturing units in small cities and small villages across India. and you get sanitary pads in railway stations, which was otherwise such a taboo in India. You're not allowed to speak about our periods. So I think his film Padman had that impact. Gauri Shinde's film English Winglish had an impact on a lot of women across the world. I feel it was a very inspiring film. I think with Ghumar, it of course is very inspirational, not only to athletes, not only the reactions I've got from people, from women, from small kids. The reactions have been very overwhelming, the least to say. But today in the afternoon, while I was listening to Mr. Rajeshji and the lovely work that's happened, I feel the impact, like you said, a 9-year-old boy watched the film. He had an accident and he lost his arm when he was younger. He doesn't remember when. So he came back and told me that after watching your film, I want to practice harder and I want to wear an Indian jersey when I'm a little older. So I think the impact that films can have at different ages is something which people take notice of. I feel that the entertainment industry has that power, and I think influential actors, directors should keep that in mind when they make cinema, which should change society for the better or try and make an impact for the better.
Yes, of course, I agree with you here again, because entertainment industry does have the power to set the cultural tone. So, like, because they are mass media, mass followers, the public, they're actually influenced by what they see on the screen. And when the tone for the right kind of, attitude is set from that up, I think it makes a lot of difference amongst people. And Homer, of course, is setting that tone along with films like Padman, and even I think Black had that kind of a subject line. And it also impacted people in a big way and made people see people with disabilities with different eyes. So I will ask you one more question. I think we have already touched upon this, so I'm going to skip it and I'm going to go to the next one. And I'll ask you, how would you define a world with zero barriers, and what steps do you believe are necessary to move closer to that vision?
I feel a world with zero barriers, as zero barriers in itself states, is that the world should have equal opportunities for everyone. And again, a little small story, if I could share, is when I've studied in St. Xavier's College in Mumbai, and I had two friends who were visually impaired in college. So I feel the zero barrier starts at a very small level in your school, in your college, in your friend circle. Like I said, people have presumptions, and Peter and Divya were my two friends from college. I used to write their exams for them. And Divya was someone who was just like another 17-year-old girl who used to crush on a certain boy, and Peter was somebody who was extremely naughty. So I really got along with him. So I feel when we used to go out and we wanted to hang out together, I feel there weren't enough places for us to hang out together, which were inclusive enough. There weren't places. If I used to travel by train to college, so traveling by train, traveling by public transport has always been not very inclusive, I feel. So if there is a way we can make that more inclusive, if we can have common spaces for people to be together, more inclusive, recreational spaces for people to be together, which is more inclusive, is something I would hope that happens, which is happening slowly and steadily. It most certainly is. But when I was back in college, I remember there weren't too many common spaces for us to hang out together. So I feel zero barriers are something which starts small in your family, in your society, and then the larger ecosystem is which will change slowly and steadily. But the start is always small. So I feel in our friend circles, we should experience people from different communities, from different disabilities, from different spaces of life. And I think that's where the inclusion starts. So I feel it starts there and then it gets bigger.
It's true that, because as you say, it has to start and it has to take incremental steps so that the entire society becomes barrier free. Not just physical barriers, but also psychological, cultural, all kinds of barriers that people with disability face. So You just mentioned two of your friends in school, and you helped them out a lot. What about other students? I mean, what was their attitude toward these two students who were your friends?
So, which is what I said, is that people used to be very presumptuous of when we used to hang out together. Even later, I remember Divya actually used to come to the same gym that I used to go to, which had an elevator and which was friendly. But this is what needs to change: is society sometimes looks upon certain impairment as taboos, and I think certain people would not want to befriend somebody like that, which I used to never understand, because I think when you're younger, you're very innocent and you don't quite understand why people react a certain way. So I used to not really understand, because I used to find them extremely entertaining and extremely fun to be around. But I feel that has changed in a big way. That is changing slowly and steadily. And I hope that, like I said, that if, I mean, I said I'm a small drop in the ocean, but I think every drop matters. I think every drop makes the ocean.
That's great, because personally I would share with you that I have not had that kind of a problem. And no, my brother, who is also a paraplegic, it's a quadriplegic in fact. We have had a very supportive friend circle, and we were in mainstream school. I remember my brother being carried on his friend back up to the classroom because they did not bring the classroom down. But when I was wanted to take admission in Delhi Law School, oh, I was told, you expect us to bring 35 classes down for you on the ground floor? So, well, that's one story for another day, and this is not my platform. So, I'm going to go to the next question and ask you, do you have any advice for people, those who would want to get involved in advocating for disability rights?
Like we were just chatting about it, I think it starts very small. So if you start in your community, in your compound, you have to kind of see um, how friendly it is to people with disabilities. Playgrounds, because I feel sport is extremely important. And yes, we are here to talk about inclusion in employment, and there are great steps being made. Even the app, so you spoke about, there are great steps being made. But I feel, again, because this is very personal, a lot of people who I interacted with said that there aren't enough tournaments that happen for sportsmen with disabilities. There's wheelchair cricket, but it's not recognized by the BCCI. So the complaints that were made were all very logistical. Yes, they will be made, small steps will be taken in that direction. But I feel anyone who wants to help in certain ways, I feel starts with just acceptance, starts with having friends, helping in society. And then, of course, there are so many NGOs, there's so many great people doing so much work. So I feel it starts there, and you can always include yourself in the larger picture.
Absolutely. And so we'll come to the last question. Do you have any valuable advice to share with the audience at last today?
Well, I'm not the best person to share valuable advice, but I think the only thing I would like to see is, I've played a role of a para athlete in a film. So the only thing I'd like to say is that I'm waiting for a day when I see a para athlete playing a para athlete on screen. Obviously, she will have to do her acting lessons and go through what we do as actors. But I'm waiting for that day when I see a para athlete play a para athlete.
That's wonderful. That's so wonderful. And I'd just like to share with you a little tidbit. I was a little apprehensive taking your interview today because I'm also hearing handicapped. I have hearing aids. But I'm so happy that this entire venue is so accessible. I could just see the closed captioning, though I had my phone with me. And I thought I'm going to switch it on and use the inbuilt device to interview you and look up the caption. But still, I was a little apprehensive. However, it's been such a pleasure talking to you, and I felt quite like a normal interviewer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much to everyone here. Thank you.
It's been great meeting you.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta and Sayami, for this very grounding and at the same time inspiring conversation. Thank you. I'd like you to please accept a small token of appreciation. Thank you. I would now like to invite Sri Rajesh Agarwalji to please inaugurate the exhibition that's next door. This exhibition is an exhibition of ideas, models, and solutions around accessibility. I would request all the dignitaries to please accompany him. And since all of us have been sitting here for a while, I would like to invite all the delegates to please join in the inauguration as well. We will reconvene here on this side for our panel discussion in the next 15 minutes.
We are not Omega Network, we are Omega Network India.
Hi, Susan. Susan, can you please turn on your camera and unmute yourself?
Here I am.
Yes, hi. So we'll join in another 10 minutes, I guess.
Another 15 minutes, yeah?
10 minutes, 10
Okay.
minutes.
Okay, great. I'm here. Is that what you were testing?
Yeah, I'm just testing for the.
Do you want me to leave my camera on?
Yeah, you can. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Susan. We'll
Okay.
continue soon again. Yes. Thank you.
I don't understand. Are you coming back? Do you want me to put my camera off? What's happening?
Yes. Put your camera on.
It is on.
Yes.
Can you not see me?
We can see you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll stay here and wait.
I'd like to request all the delegates to please come back. We will begin with our panel.
That's Charlotte I'm seeing there? It is. Hello.
Hi, good morning, or rather good afternoon to you.
Indeed. Good to see you.
How are you, Susan? Where are you, in London?
Yeah, for sure. Blustery cold London. How is it where you are? I assume you're actually live at the event, are you?
No, I'm in DC.
Are you in DC? All right.
I'm in DC heading to New York for UNGA in a bit, so I've got a hard stop just before 8.
Well, I'm completely confused. I didn't have the right time to start here. So anyway, I'm sure we'll get there. I'm sure it's on time. It's just I didn't know what time it was. I had it starting at 11 my time.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I've just been, doing some stuff. So
Okay.
I am so sorry I can't get to the GLAD meeting because I'll be at the M-Enabling Summit.
The timing of that is just tricky because I'm going to get to GLAD, but as a result, miss enabling, no?
Well, I'm supposed to be running a session on procurement and how procurement is using suppliers that get in the way when you're trying to make adjustments. So it's not about accessible tech. It's about things like adapting the built environment. So I got to go. Though it'll be interesting to see how many procurement people turn out. Because the reason we're doing this is because procurement isn't interested.
It's like 2 steps forward and then 10 steps back.
But I get the impression that the World Bank is taking 3 steps forward a lot of the time.
Look, I mean, I think we are, but I'm a bit impatient and I think we could be doing more. But what's exciting is that it's not just me doing it anymore.
Yeah, great.
So that's very encouraging to see that there's a whole new cohort of people who are just doing this.
Well, but Charlotte, working inside those complex UN-style institutions, I couldn't possibly do it the way you've managed. You sustain it over time, girl. It's just so
I
impressive.
know, it's been amazing. And it's, it's,
I don't need to
Can I
tell you.
request all the delegates to please come back and take your seats?
okay.
We would like to
Delegate
start the
Stewart?
next panel.
I wonder if should he be quiet? I'll go on mute.
Requesting all the delegates to please come back. We will have other opportunities to visit the exhibition space. As you come, bring your friends along with you. Welcome back. We will now move to the first panel discussion of the day. Our panelists today discuss how global collaboration on innovation, solutions, and technology support inclusive employment in India. To moderate the conversation, I would like to invite Mr. Tariq Mustafa, Principal Omdiyar Network India, on stage. Welcome, Tariq. I would also like to invite all our other panelists on stage. Mr. Sanjay Davar, Managing Director, Disability Inclusion Sponsor, Accenture. Mr. Jürgen Menze, Disability Expert, International Labour Organization. Mr. Ashutosh Chadda, Group Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you. Ms. Priyanka Mohanty, Vice President, HR, steers the Global Talent Management Function at Star Trek. And joining us online, we have Ms. Susan Scott Parker, Founder, Business Disability International, United Kingdom, and Ms. Charlotte, Global Disability Advisor, the World Bank Group, United States. Over to you, Tariq.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the actual star-studded panel of the day. And over the next 45 minutes, what we want to really do is try and understand and unpack how India can capitalize on the potential of inclusive employment. Right, we have about 130 million persons with disabilities. Over 85% of them are eager to join the workforce and contribute to the economy. So really trying to unpack how global collaboration, technology, and other aspects, the other levers we can use to try and drive inclusive employment in India. And maybe I can start with you, Susan. Susan, you've been at the heart of the global inclusive employment movement for the better part of 3 decades. How is the conversation different from what it was in the 1990s? And can you give us a sense of the progress we've made? And maybe the last part I'd sort of ask you is, what has worked when it comes to enabling businesses to be disability confident? Yeah, I would love to get your thoughts on that.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm not with you. I realize I don't have a lot of time, so I have 4 points, Tariq, I wanted to really reference when you're talking about the changes that we've seen in the last 3 decades. The first is we're really seeing business now mobilizing its collective influence globally through institutions like the ILO's Global Business Disability Network and Valuable 500, and very excitingly at national disability networking level. So when I started out in the UK, we had the first network. Now we've got more than 37 as part of Jürgen's global community of national networks. And I'm sure there are many members of your Indian Business Disability Network with us today. What this means, of course, is that we see leaders in the private sector coming together to learn from each other, from their competitors, their clients, their partners around the world, looking at how they position the business and ethical case for disability equality and how that's driving business improvements, which also benefit people with disabilities. So I'm sure we all know Sarbani, but I just wanted to flag, you've got companies really starting to share what they've learned internationally in India, like ANZ, NatWest, Barclays. Barclays was a founder of the business network in the UK, JP Morgan, Tata Motors, Marriott, Amazon India. That's just a tiny list. And my last point is going to be, it needs to be a bigger list. But what we're seeing, of course, is that you're breaking new ground. You're bringing business expertise and energy as problem solvers, as allies of people with disabilities who are determined to deliver those business improvements that also benefit people with disabilities. The two are so naturally aligned. My second point is that we're seeing a growing understanding of the power that we generate when people in business learn directly from and with people with disabilities. So this is evidenced by the rise of these increasingly influential disabled employee networks, or ERGs, which brings senior business leaders together with their own people to understand what needs to be done to deliver that business improvement. And as allies coming together in the global movement Purple Light Up, that's led by Purple Space, which is drawing more and more attention to the benefits that you start by looking at how you improve the experience of people already working for you and who become disabled while working for you. And then, of course, you're stretching out to also improve the experience of every customer, including those with disabilities. My third, we're seeing new insights, new messages starting to be heard by business. We're not asking business to employ people because they have a disability. I'm hoping that that story is long gone. We're asking them to learn how to recruit everyone on the basis of capability and potential, which means learning how to do things differently if they're going to tap into the widest possible pool of talent while treating people properly. Because, of course, disability equality requires you not just to be barrier-free, but to also adapt cleverly, intelligently for people who need those adjustments if they're going to compete on an equal basis with others. And finally, I must say, it's 20 years since I launched this concept of disability confidence, wandering around my office, wondering if anyone would ever say it out loud, disability confidence. But in effect, I said, this is how we need to brand best practice. And it's fantastic to see how this language is being used to create, if you like, a new conversation worldwide with business. Because if we're regarding them as valued stakeholders, the first question isn't, why don't you improve yourselves? The question is, what do you need to do to deliver the best practice that we call disability confidence, and how can we help you get there? And I would just want to finish my remarks actually by saying, I need to remind everyone that you can't have disability confidence or inclusion without making disability equality possible. So I just think we've come a long way. I'm hoping everyone's going to agree with me.
Thanks, Susan. And maybe Jürgen, I'll come to you. At ILO, you sort of lead the global business and disability network, coming together of 35, 40 odd companies, multinational companies. How has the network really helped these companies become more disability confident? And what's been his single biggest value add?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tariq. Look, the Global Business and Disability Network, as you said, is a coming together of multinational companies, and two are also represented here, Accenture and Microsoft, two of the 38 companies we have in the network. And the networks, sorry, the companies join the network because they're all, as Susan also touched upon, they understand that disability inclusion is a competitive advantage. Companies understand more and more that they can't claim to be diverse, inclusive, if they not addressed explicitly the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Either employees who have a disability and do not yet self-identify, but also people with disabilities who are not yet in the labor market. So companies, and I said, they are multinational companies, they try to figure out what works best around the world. So not only where the headquarters are, but around the world, including in the global south. And that's why the Global Business and Disability Network is an added value for companies to join, to see what's happening in Thailand, in India, in Kenya, or in Argentina, wherever they work, and learn from each other. The whole idea is to facilitate the peer-to-peer learning. There's not a single company, there's not a single entity, there's not a single UN organization who knows it all. Some companies are better in some areas, let's say digital accessibility, some are better in recruiting persons with disabilities. So the whole idea is to be bringing together the complementary resources and knowledges that these companies bring to the table and facilitate that exchange and peer-to-peer learning. At the same time, we as ILO, as International Labour Organization, as the United Nations Agency for the World of Work, we also, of course, have a responsibility to guide companies sometimes on what the latest trends are. We, of course, have also the general view, so to say, and bring companies to also UN processes, like the Business and Human Rights Forum, for example. And Tariq, you asked about one of the successes, and also Susan touched upon that topic, the National Business and Disability Networks. Is something that when I started at the ILO some 10 years ago was very not common, let's say. There were about 10, 15 networks at the time. Now there are 40, and most of them are members in the Global Business and Disability Network. And it's so important to establish, well, we still have about 150 countries in which we could establish such national business and disability networks, because when we look at where employment is generated, a lot of employment is generated in the countries. And there we really need to make sure that also multinational companies, their local branches, but also small and medium-sized enterprises learn how to include people with disabilities best in the workplace. Thank you.
Thanks, Jürgen. And I do want to get the point of view of the businesses and the corporates. But before that, Charlotte, I want to come to you, right? We've spoken about how the development space, the impact space is often not inclusive. And you've spoken about the need of making inclusive development truly inclusive, right? And of course, many of the programs that the World Bank funds has an important knock-on effect into inclusive employment. So if you can give us a flavor of how does the World Bank internally as part of its processes and externally as part of its engagements with many countries, governments, integrate inclusivity? Would love to get your thoughts on that.
Great. And thank you, Tariq. I too would love to have been in India. And congratulations to Zero Project for yet another initiative to drive the agenda of disability inclusion. So your question is a great one. And the World Bank has made a range of commitments on disability inclusion, which shape our relationship and engagement with government, because ultimately the bank works through government. The bank has a set of environmental social standards that make up the ESF, the Environmental Social Framework. And essentially, this is a safeguard mechanism which provides a strong guard railing for the interests of persons with disabilities. And it's important because it helps in the design of projects, and it requires the borrower government to specifically look at the issue of disability as part of any social and environmental assessments that we do collaboratively before we design a project. And that also includes a standard in which we have stakeholder consultations during the design process. And in that standard, there's specific reference to ensuring that those consultations are in fact disability inclusive and that they are accessible to persons with disabilities. So the ESF is an important instrument for us in that it really addresses the safeguarding and the interests of persons with disabilities, and it makes specific reference to unsafe working conditions. And so there comes in, the direct link to labor. It also encourages countries to take reasonable accommodation measures to adapt the workplace and to include workers with disabilities and to provide information in an accessible format. Now, many of you will know that in 2018, the bank made 10 commitments at the Global Disability Summit on disability inclusive development. And these have been very important for us because they've helped us accelerate an internal focus on disability inclusion across the various sectors of the bank and have really provided a ripple effect on our dialogue with government. And so with support from donors and development partners, the bank has invested in numerous analytical studies. We've put out some global public goods. We've been really focused on developing new knowledge and sharing that knowledge, which in turn has then led to further engagement with government. So it's not knowledge for knowledge's sake, but it's knowledge with a view to actually engaging with government. And so those have been really important. And many of those engagements have been with ministries of labor and education. So for example, in Uzbekistan, we've been working with the Ministry of Labor. I just lastly want to say, we have a financing mechanism at the bank called the International Development Agency Association, and within that we have we provide a package to the world's poorest countries. And what we've done to ensure that those resources are directed towards disability is that we now have a standalone commitment in this package that looks at disability inclusion across the various sectors of the bank. And again, the issue around labor inclusion is very central to the package. Internally, you asked, Tariq, we have the Disability Inclusion and Accountability Framework, which is for us a roadmap that outlines some of the principles to orient our staff on how to integrate disability into our work. And then we have a host of standalone sectoral guidance notes. We provide a lot of training and we provide a lot of technical support to assist our colleagues to better meet the needs of persons with disabilities. Are we there? No, we're not. This is still definitely a work in progress. And I do think, like Susan mentioned, that there has been significant improvement, but we still have a long way to go. Lastly, I'd just like to say we have a very exciting project, one of the few standalone disability finance project in collaboration with the government of India in Tamil Nadu. And so we're watching that project because we do think that that project could very much become a best practice. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. And maybe now I just want to come to the businesses on the table and Ashutosh, Priyanka, Sanjay. I mean, there's obviously ample research to show that inclusive workforce and a diverse workforce actually contributes to better business outcomes. But however, many organizations continue to treat this more as a tick the box exercise. But the three organizations that you represent, it's taken a slightly different path, right? And you've started to truly champion the cause of inclusivity and diversity. What made you go down that path? And maybe slightly an external question, what can we do to get other employers to go down that path as well? Maybe Ashutosh, you can go first.
Thanks. So actually, for Microsoft, I mean, if I start from our mission statement, and our mission statement is fundamentally to empower every person and organization on the planet to do more. So if you get to the base of that, that means that it really doesn't matter who you are, where you are from, what abilities you have or don't have. You need to be able to become a better part of yourselves, right? And that's where it stems from. So when we look at it that way, we understand that you cannot build the best products or solutions if you don't get the best perspectives while building them. So, and this is an ethos which, we were just talking just before the session. It sort of flows right from the top. It flows right from our chairman and CEO's level downwards, that every product and every solution that we create has to have gone through that rigor of, does it enable people with disabilities? Does it include the perspectives of people with disabilities while you're building it? Which is why if you look at a lot of our solutions, or I hope a lot of people here use our products and solutions, but even if they don't, if you look at it, you have solutions which enable people who are visually challenged, who are physically challenged, who have issues related to hearing, right? They are all enabled. And I think, and to Charlotte's point, have we got there yet? I don't think so. We've got there yet for everyone. And we've got there completely perfectly. But yes, we are getting there very, very fast. If you look at our Teams solutions, they enable that. They enable voice translation, real-time voice translation. They enable closed captioning, etc. To the extent now with generative AI coming in, it actually adds a whole new layer of capabilities over there. So if I would come down to where does it come from, it very clearly comes down from our mission statement. But more importantly, it also recognizes the fact that at some point of time, each one of us faces a situation where we are challenged, right? I am currently challenged if I take my specs off. I would be challenged if I have to open that door and I have a laptop in one hand and a cup of coffee on the other. So how are we making the environment around us better? And that brings me to the other point, that as global corporations, or as any corporation, I think so, we've taken it upon us to be actually intentional upon not just making hiring inclusive and making that process easier for our recruiters and people who are co-colleagues, as well as creating our products and solutions, but actually going out and actively espousing for this concept in the ecosystem around us. So it's not just about us doing things for ourselves and our products and solutions because they're going to be used by people with disabilities, but it's also to create an ecosystem and environment. And I think that's what, the last point of your question, what can be done for other companies? I think so, that's what we can do, where we can actually motivate others, our supply chain, we can encourage them, we can train them, we can empower them to start looking at these solutions or these opportunities of becoming much more inclusive in nature than exclusive in nature.
And Sanjay, maybe I can come to you next. Look, Accenture has been a leader in this space, and if you could touch upon on these two aspects about what was really the moment where you said, hey, this is something that we're going to put serious energy behind?
Yeah, no, so I think what got us started is simply the fact that if you look at the global population of 8 billion odd, about 1 billion have some disability. Yeah, so that's not a small number, it's 12.5%. And if you want to be an organization which is representative of society, then you have to do something about this particular segment of society too. So that was the first thing. I think, secondly, all said and done, it is the right thing to do. Yeah. And lastly, I'd say it is a talent pool which is untapped. So if you look at all those three things, it's imperative that we do something about this particular segment of society too. I'd have to say that, we are probably where we were with gender diversity about 2 decades back. Today we are near neutral when it comes to gender, but we've just started. It's just been about a decade or so that we've been doing work in the area of people with disabilities. So it's tough, but at the same time, it's not that tough because, and let me connect this to the second part of your question, which is what can companies do? I think it's about setting a bold goal. It's something we've done. We've set ourselves a bold goal that we need to do something which is a step change when it comes to people with disabilities. The second is, I think we just have to have the enabling processes. And you can't look at incorporating people with disabilities in isolation. It's got to be end to end. So what do you do to attract people into the organization? So we do something which is inclusive internships. This is 3 to 6 month internships where we get to understand the requirements of the target population. More importantly, our managers get a chance to see what the needs are for this segment. Once they come in, you've got to integrate them. So we have a buddy program to make sure that our allies, and we've got 36,000 of those in the company, actually ensure that the people get integrated into the company, as an example. But then it's not enough just to integrate them. How do you develop them? So we've got programs around unleashing the abilities of PWD population, which is at 2 levels: foundational, where anybody with a disability can take part in the program. But the more enhanced program is where we run a 5-month program for our future leaders in the PWD population. And like that, you've got to have the enabling environment in place. And lastly, you've got to make sure that you partner with third parties, NGOs and others, because this is not something you can do yourself. So in attracting the talent, retaining the talent, developing the talent, we partner with a number of organizations in order to make sure that we achieve what we intended to achieve. So I'd say that that's a quick summary.
Thanks, Sanjay. And maybe I'll come to you, Priyanka. The same question, really. What was your aha moment on this? And yeah, I would love to hear.
Right, Tariq. So ours is a story, starting in 2011 with 0 persons with disabilities. And over a period of 11 years, we've hired more than 5,000 persons with disabilities. And at any given point in time, if you come to our organization, you will find around 500 persons with disabilities present in our organization. So when we started this journey in 2011, diversity for us definitely was not a CSR activity. It was a pure business case, a business necessity in order to deliver sustainable business results. And I think there were 3 reasons why we delved into this journey. First was, of course, increased globalization. Second was the augmented competition. And third was rapid demographic changes. So I think, and trust me, I was there these 11 years. And what I personally learned, and everybody in our organization learned, was that if you really want to create a diverse and equitable workplace, you will have to intentionally, design, nurture, and support an equitable environment. It just can't happen. And if you want to intentionally do something, you need to have enablers defined around it. And those enablers rightly started from leadership commitment, to designing formal policies, to reasonable accommodation, accessibility requirements, extensive communication. And finally, delving on the ROI, or there has to be a reviewing mechanism. So for us, every 2 years, we do a diversity DNA scan survey where we take the perception of persons with disabilities and what we as an organization can do to improve on that. So with all these initiatives in place for the last 11 years, what we think is, in order to make any journey sustainable, when it comes to persons with disabilities especially, it has to be integrated with the business. And trust me, there is a huge ROI that we are getting out of it. And I don't know if I can state some numbers here, but when we look at, hiring cost, when we look at training, when we look at attrition, when we look at discipline, I think when it comes to persons with disabilities, they are way beyond the mark. And coming to the second part of your question, probably we can start from within. Let's say we deal with 300 clients as an organization, and a lot of clients, we invite them to our office, and they have taken away best practices from our organization when it comes to persons with disabilities. And the last thing that I would like to say here is, there is a will, there is an intent for many companies to delve into this journey, but they just don't know where to start. So if, as an organization, we can provide adequate literature around that, adequate documentation around that, and I think that would be a game changer in this aspect. So that's about that. Thanks.
And I know Sanjay and many, the three of you did touch upon the enabling environment bit. I want to double click on that and ask you about the role of technology as it is now in terms of creating an enabling environment, but also, I suppose, assistive tech is having a moment right now with the whole Gen AI and AI movement. What is the use, or how do you use tech at this point of time, and going forward, how do you see that evolve? Maybe Sanjay.
No, I think there's a huge role for technology. I mean, I'll take some examples from our organization, and I'm sure Ashutosh can also add. So it begins with having a global IT accessibility practice, where the mandate is to make sure that any application that we roll out is compliant and is making it easier for the people with disability to actually leverage those applications. We double that with having set up accessibility centers around the globe. And we have one here in India, in Bangalore, where not only do we encourage our people with disabilities to come and see the role of assistive technologies to make life easier for them, but we also bringing in our clients now, because our clients want to learn from that experience. And this is across the board for people with hearing and speech impairment, vision impairment, locomotive disabilities. So it's across the spectrum. But it's not enough to just let your employees come see the technology and then you don't do anything about it. So we have a global accommodation tool where they can log their requirements. And then we have a process to fund the purchase of that assistive technology for our employees, so that they actually get to use it in their work on a day-to-day basis. And in addition, there are lots of other things you need to do. For example, keep developing new apps. So in our technology labs, we've developed something which we call Dhwani, which is voice to text and text to voice for our people with disabilities to communicate. We partnered with Microsoft on a jobs portal in order to be able to basis the skills requirement and also interest, try and do the matching of resumes so that we can use that individual for the right role within the company. So I'd say there's a huge role. Talking about the future, I think AI is going to obviously play a large role. We're already working with the Blind Association in India. There's an app called Drishti, which helps people with vision impairment with a description of the environment around them for impediments and other things. Or for that matter, working with BleTech to come out with an application which allows people with hearing impairment to enjoy music. So sky's the limit, honestly, with AI now, in terms of how it can be used going forward. So, I mean, that's some examples.
Thanks, Sanjay. And maybe Ashutosh and then Priyanka.
Yeah, I think technology is possibly the one great thing which has created a level playing field for all of us, right? And right from and within our, for example, within the company, of course, it's a part and parcel of our solutions. But today, if I have to send an email, for example, within the organization, or I even save a Word document or an Excel or a PowerPoint document, before I save it, it actually pops up and asks me, have you tested it for accessibility or not? So, and these are inbuilt tools within the system. And that's how we're trying to leverage technology, not just for people who have disabilities, but also for people who unknowingly create documents which are not accessible in nature. So apart from that, of course, within our engineering teams and our product design teams, etc., we are very clear that we employ individuals who have different types of disabilities, so that their perspectives while creating those solutions get fed in. In fact, some of our very key solutions, there's one engineer called Shakib Sheikh, and he's actually created a solution to be able to, for low vision people, to be able to recognize what's happening around them at this point of time with a device which sees for them. So I think getting them involved while creating, using the technology to remind you that you need to be disabled friendly while you're creating stuff is one part of the entire system. Creating your entire recruiting process to make sure that you create a process which, as Susan said, recognizes people for their capabilities and abilities rather than for their disability is an important thing. And that's how we look at technology. And when I start looking at generative AI especially, and you talked about AI, I'm sort of looking at the phenomenal opportunity that generative AI brings in front of us, when it can actually look at real-time translation, it can look at recognizing tons of material and coming back and telling it to us the way we want to look at it. That ability of generative AI coupled with technology today will address, I mean, the sky, you're right, the sky is the limit in terms of what it can do. I just tested out 6 months ago something from a different perspective, which was on an education portal, which was basically saying, can I use generative AI, a large language model, and educational content to be able to address questions which a child who's missed her class yesterday can actually ask the generative AI solution. That's one part. The other persona is, what can a parent whose daughter has missed a class in thermodynamics learn from generative AI? And if that parent is visually impaired, can the generative AI talk to the parent in the same language so that it can explain to me so that I can explain to my child? Now that's the power of technology in my language. And that's how I see technology progressing.
Priyanka, maybe from your point of view, like what's the potential of tech, and how do you even use tech at this point of time to create reasonable accommodations?
Yes, I think I would just like to add one point here. And so I think probably can we use technology, to create certain, I don't know, it's called experience labs or experience zone, whereby, because what happens most of the time is when persons with disabilities, they come to us for employment, it takes, so we kind of, let's say the training period is 30 days. So we probably, need to give them an additional 10 days to be sensitized for the production floor. But what happens if, and that's what we are also thinking, that when we try to create some experience zone or experience labs, then can they have an experience of, something, a real-time job experience, or this is a real-time corporate world? And also, that would also work within the organization, where the supervisors, where the people managers, they actually understand through this experience zone that, what are the types of problems, or what are the types of facilities, or any assistive technologies, or any ergonomic adjustments, or any reasonable accommodation that persons with disabilities might need. So this experience zone probably will be a win-win for both persons with disabilities and also for us, people like us within the business. So I think that's one area where we can capture upon technology.
Thanks, Priyanka. And maybe Susan and Charlotte, and I want to come to you both. I know maybe Susan, you don't have as rose-tinted view of technology as we've seen on the panel now, but just wanted your point of view on what are the risks that technology, but also AI can potentially pose in terms of increased marginalization, and how do we make technology itself more inclusive as we think of leveraging them in the space? Sorry, Susan, you're on mute.
I have to unmute. Well, I would have to say first, I do agree with all the wonderful stuff that we just heard. All of that's true. But don't forget, the essence of technology is that someone has to deploy it. Someone's using it. And so what we've been looking at is the way in which HR technology, which is being often AI-powered HR technology, actually now threatens the life chances of hundreds of millions. It's not just that the bias is in the data, because I can guarantee you there will always be disability bias in HR AI, but it's that the HR people who deploy this technology don't understand disability discrimination, which is why they buy this technology embedded into a standardized, rigid process, which by definition is inherently discriminatory, when the essence of treating disabled candidates fairly is that you're adjusting the process so that they can compete on an equal basis. So, and in addition, remember that you can have accessible text. So maybe I can hold the gaming controls in that assessment, but still be discriminated against in terms of how the science then decides whether or not I meet some kind of strangely identified personality profile where the science is inherently not valid. There's a huge problem there. We've tried to put up on a volunteer basis, because this is so rarely discussed, we haven't been able to get any support for this campaign, if you like. That's what it's called, with a group of volunteers coming together. It's disabilityethicalai.org, where we're trying to put examples of the kind of problems and some proposed solutions. And actually, if there was one thing I wanted to say to an Indian continent full of innovation and IT expertise, the opportunity here is for the IT sector in India to pioneer an artificial intelligence toolkit that helps procurement worldwide minimize the disability risks triggered every time HR says we want to buy this stuff. Imagine if they could use AI to spot when you assess a particular personality selection tool or a CV screening tool or a surveillance tool that's going to fire you if you don't get enough clicks in a day. Imagine if you could develop an AI tool that would help procurement to diagnose whether or not this product was safe for people with disabilities, in the knowledge that if it does enable the employer to sensibly assess the potential contribution of that individual with a disability, then even maybe a Canadian woman could get through these processes and be treated properly in the process. So that's my challenge. I want the Indian AI and related technology sector to solve the problem using all the cleverness of AI that we've just been hearing about. Give us a tool procurement can use that can say, nope, we won't buy that. That one looks like maybe someone with a speech impediment can get through a process that requires you to only have 1 minute, but you're going to need 1 minute and 15 seconds because you stammer.
Thanks, Susan. And maybe Charlotte, the question is a similar question on tech. How do you make sure it's the great equalizer and not something that increases inequality of opportunities?
Well, thanks, Tariq. And I think, like Susan, I agree with much of what has been said in that, technology has been a game changer, certainly in international development, and it's affected all the sectors. If you look at education, skills development, income generation, and access to finance. And we know that inclusive and accessible technology increases access for persons with disabilities to markets, to spaces and services. And as been noted, it has also raised opportunities as well as stakes to ensure that technology-driven development is inclusive of diverse needs of persons with disabilities. But we also know that digital innovations must be grounded in the ecosystem's reality. And so at the bank, we had a study, a landscape review under the Inclusive Education Initiative that looked at ICT for disability inclusive education. And we found that while there were many success stories to learn from, accessibility and inclusion are not integrally woven into all the development projects. And study after study showed that affordability remained a significant challenge, particularly in low and middle income countries, despite the rapid increase in terms of decrease of costs. And so this remains an issue. So there's been a lot of discussion on the panel around AI, and I absolutely agree that AI has been very useful in terms of hiring, looking at decision-making, selling services, but we also know that it can, to Susan's point, that it can discriminate against persons with disabilities if careful considerations of inherent bias in underlying data is not overlooked. And so that really needs to be a feature that we address, the issue around inherent bias in the data. So to make tech inclusive, I think it's really important that we look at some of the non-tech investments. So looking at things like infrastructure, skills, regulations, making sure that institutions are able to address these issues becomes fundamental. So one of the insights from our landscape review was very relevant to the application of technology in the world of work. And what we found was that what was absolutely key were people. And we need more and not less human engagement as we use technology in development. And so I just wanted to say that what I'd like to stress is that it's essential that innovations that are conceptualized invest in and are designed and piloted in partnership with persons with disabilities themselves, because I think that will help in defining and addressing, some of these sticking points that I think Susan and I have both put forward.
Can I quickly add, it's people who buy this technology, the HR people who buy it, that we need to be thinking about. They don't understand the way our recruitment process needs to operate, never mind the impact of the technology.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, and I just want to change track and come to you. You've spoken about the need for South-South collaboration, global knowledge exchange. At ILO, you have this view of different geographies. Can you give us a few concrete examples of how some of these collaborations and knowledge changes have helped, and what can really India learn from the global experience?
Yeah, thank you, Tariq. Of course, as I tried to explain, at the core of what we do in the Global Business and Disability Network is getting views and expertise from around the world on the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the private sector. And I think I also try to say that, look, there's not a single entity, organization, or a country that has all the answers, right? And I think sometimes there's a bit of the idea that, or let me put it this way, I think we can always be students and teachers at the same time on different issues. And what we have done to especially facilitate the experiences between national business and disability networks. And I think I want to highlight this here because this is also hosted by the India Business and Disability Network, is giving them opportunities to exchange with each other. I know for the Asia Pacific region, we haven't done it so dedicated yet, but we have had in the past global workshops for national business and disability networks. Last year, we had a dedicated workshop for African national business and disability networks on what's working, what's not working, how we promote the sustainability, also financial sustainability of national business and disability networks. And the experiences might be quite different, of course, from a network in Latin America versus Asia, but the core issues might be, and core challenges might be still the same. And that's what we try to do, to bring the experiences together and learn from each other. And I think the fact that I was here 4.5 years ago, at the launch of the India Business and Disability Network, and it's just amazing to see how the network has grown with the dedicated work of a few people, really, right? It's always usually a handful of people who work behind the scenes to make this happen. So congratulations on this. And I think this experience of the India Business and Disability Network is such a good one that other networks could really benefit from this experience.
Thanks, Jürgen. And in the interest of time, I'm just trying to skip to the last question. And in this, I'd invite all of you to sort of put on your investor hat on and answer the question that, let's say we had $100 million to accelerate India's inclusive employment journey, right? What should we invest it in, and what ideas would you back? Yeah, maybe we can start with you, Priyanka.
Okay, probably I just have two ideas.
Sure.
First, I think, can we just replicate some of the global best practices? Can I just take that $100 million and hand it over back to the government and say that, can we provide some sort of incentives probably to private sectors, for them getting into, skill building and accessibility? So, US does that, Australia does it, Philippines does it. They have their laws clearly defined. So can we also look into that? And second is, the challenge that we faced when we started hiring persons with disabilities was finding the employable population. So can we actually invest a bit on education? And that could actually happen through industry-academia collaboration. So where, right from the grassroots level, so we all understand that. So I think these two are my points.
Sanjay?
So I'm going to start by saying I don't think it's about money. Yeah, it's about, it's probably 95% about education and sensitization. So if I look at disabilities today, I talked about the billion people, but 75-80% are invisible disabilities. And a lot of the dialogue happens around visible disabilities. And I think there's a need to educate the government, India, corporations about that fact. Secondly, I think it's about educating and sensitizing employees about disabilities. And so I think if I had to invest the 100 million, I think it would be towards entirely education and sensitization. The others will happen. The infrastructure, the technology, that'll come. But this is the key thing. And the one ask I'd have of the government is, we've got women directors now on the board. I think we need a person with disability on every board. The minute you have that, automatically it's going to cascade down. So.
Yeah, thank you. I think we spoke about innovation and also the need to learn from people with disabilities themselves with lived experience. And I think a good part of that money would, for me, go into some kind of innovation competition, learning directly from people with and without disabilities what they think is working, and scale that up. And I think that brings it back also to the Zero project, because I think that's also at the core of what they do. And I think bringing these initiatives to light, so to say, acknowledging them and bringing them into networks that allow them to scale up and really have more impact. Because I think there are so many amazing grassroots initiatives who still struggle to be seen and actually be able to have more impact, because still sometimes funding, I think, is an issue. Thank you.
I would just put it under 3 E's: education and sensitization, employability, basically making people employable, building their skills, and retooling employment opportunities so that you recreate your processes so that people who have different abilities can actually fit into it. So those 3 E's: education, employability, and employment.
Susan, if I can come to you.
2 things. We have to stop thinking projects and pieces of the puzzle and start to leverage the collective influence of employers in India to create job markets that work better. Job markets that get a better balance between the supply of suitably skilled candidates and a better balance between helping the employers to get it right as they pull more candidates towards the right vacancy at the right time. The Global Business Disability Network has been working with GIZ on a model for talent compacts that I think would be really, really interesting. But the second point is, I think helping companies across India to understand what best practice looks like, to define it in very practical terms, in the way that the ILO's Global Business Disability Network is captured with the self-assessment tool. And so I was going to suggest that one, we need to quadruple the number of companies in the actual Indian Business Disability Network and use that energy to encourage every company in India to not just do that self-assessment, which, as I say, is valid in every jurisdiction, it's grounded in the principles of the CRPD, but then systematically work to progress and improve their scores, supported by a network of companies that's connected to the disability community directly in terms of that learning that we've been talking about.
Charlotte?
So, Tariq, what I would say is I would go to the private sector with that and say, can you match this and give me another $100 million, right? And make sure that they're at the table as well, because I think it really is, it's about private, it's about public, it's that partnership that I think needs to come together. But I think, I would also look at the linkage between successful labor market participation and supportive social protection systems. I think that's a really fundamental piece that needs new thinking. We need to have innovations in terms of structuring caregiving services, which often is an issue for persons with disabilities. We need to look at social benefit systems that could really begin to address some of the entrenched affordability challenges that I mentioned earlier on. But then I think we need to look at care, look at accommodations, as people have mentioned, transport, and other support initiatives and mechanisms that are sustainable, that enable people to work. So those would be the things that I would look at. But, like Sanjay, I think it's more than just the resources. It's about having that mind shift that Susan spoke about.
Thanks, Charlotte. No, thank you, folks, for taking out the time and sharing the insights. We've spoken about how, look, at the heart of it, it's all about narrative building, education, awareness, putting people in the right positions. We've spoken about the sort of the potential of tech, but also how we need to invest in the non-tech layers so as to make tech inclusive. But also, Jürgen, you spoke about, hey, look, at the same time, we can be teachers and students at the same time, and an exchange best practices and how that can accelerate inclusive employment. So I think we are 15 minutes over time. Thank you so much for your time and your insights, and thank you, Charlotte and Susan, for joining us online.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tariq, for taking us so fluidly across challenges and opportunities as we explore technology as a solution for inclusive employment. And thank you to all the panelists who joined us on stage and online. Please do take your little gift bags as a token of appreciation, and a group photo, please, before you step off. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause, please, for our panelists? Thank you. We will now move on to our next conversation, which focuses on innovations that address rural livelihood. To lead us through this conversation, I would like to invite Mr. Arman Ali, Executive Director, National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People, NCPEDP. I would like to invite all the other panelists on stage as well. Mr. Mallikarjun Aitha, Founder and CEO, IDEA. Mr. Deepak Raj, Executive Director, Karuna Foundation, Nepal. Mr. S. Shankara Raman, Secretary, Amar Seva Sangam. Mr. Prahlad Beniwal, Grassroots Divyang Mitra, and Akanksha Mishra will be translating for him. Ms. Nina George, co-founder, Safe Foundation, Belgium. and Ms. Sneha Gokhale, Program Manager, Selco Foundation. Welcome, and I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I think I have the privilege of moderating one of the most important issue and topic in this Zero Project India conference, and also have the honor of having the highest number of panelists with me. So just to make sure that all of you are with me, I would like all of you to please welcome all the panelists with a round of applause, please. Everyone has to clap. So thank you so much. And with that, I think a very important task has been given to me to moderate this important session, which is to talk about innovations addressing rural livelihood. And when we talk about rural livelihood, I think most of us don't have the answers. And that's how we decided to put up a panel with champions of, who are coming out with solutions to address the issue of rural livelihood. And also, for us to understand what do we mean when we talk about livelihood for people with disability. And a livelihood itself, what does it mean? And I have a galaxy of people with me. I have Malika, my friend, on my right, Prahlad, Deepak, Sneha, Sankara, Ninu, and this is Meenu. Yes, I'm sorry. You heard Meenu? Meenu, I said. That's what I said. Yeah, Nina, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nina. Yes. All right. All right. So why not we start with you, Nina? I think I would request you to please share just what you do for everybody's thing about yourself and your organization. And if you could make your opening remarks, the challenges that you face when you talk about rural livelihood in India in particular, and then we take it down from there. Over to you.
Can you hear me, right? Okay, just to check. So we are a non-profit based in Belgium, and we work with partners in India. Our main focus is to help NGOs become financially sustainable. Now, in a rural setting, it's easier said than done. And one of the biggest challenges we face is, whenever we talk of income generation program, we focus on the income. But I think we have to dive a little bit deeper to find what is a net income, because we somehow forget all the expenses incurred to generate that income. As a result, when the margins are so low, the people in the rural setting, they really struggle to deal with market forces. For example, increase in raw material, or I have to give discounts. And finally, as a result, what is the final money they can put in their pocket? When is the next time they can buy new clothes for a festival? These things start matter. So one of the challenges we're looking at is to bring them together and connect them also with companies, but mainly social entrepreneurs who are also looking to work with such people. So as a result, these market linkages make it possible with economies of scale that the margins are good also for the rural people. So that's one of the challenges we found, and the project we're doing now in Javadi Hills, where we are looking to reach out to 2,000 self-help groups specifically for persons with disability. You have to imagine the number. So helping them become entrepreneurs, easier said than done, We really have to bring that profitability element even for them. So.
I think 2000 self-help group. I can't even begin to think of the number that you are reaching out to. We'll come back to you with more info on it. Shankara,
Yeah. Yeah, the major challenges that people with disabilities in rural areas is like they have a lot of potentials and they have a lot of entrepreneurial approach to their life, and they have aspirations and they want to go to a good job or set up a shop by themselves. But what that is lacking is the self-confidence and to realize their own potentials. They in the rural area are generally neglected and they are ignored by the society, and the society doesn't provide them the necessary opportunity for skilling themselves or even for educating themselves in a proper schooling environment. So the whole ecosystem is a kind of a negative system for them. So we need to create awareness and make the people with disabilities that they can realize their potential and they can realize their aspirations. For this purpose, first of all, we at Amal Seva Sangam, we are also developing self-help groups. There are more than 7,000 members in the group, and we are providing skills for them through various skill development courses that we are offering, including the ITIs that we have set up. But to provide them an opportunity to realize what they have learned, we need to bring a lot more self-confidence in them. The environment should be more congenial and approachable for them so that the barriers that are existing today are overcome by means of various policy level interventions and also various social understanding and empathic responses to their requirements. That's what we feel that it is required for creating a livelihood opportunity and employment opportunities for the people with disabilities.
right, thank you. Sneha, if I can come to you.
Yes, thank you so much. So we at Selco Foundation work on energy access for rural communities as well as marginalized, vulnerable communities. And where energy is required for household requirements, for education, for health, for livelihoods. So particularly looking at livelihoods and particularly looking at people with disabilities, we've looked at how can we engage technology, integrate it with clean energy, and make it easy for people with disabilities for taking up any kind of livelihoods that they wish to, which can overcome the physical and mental limitations that are there. So we've worked with around 800 plus people with disabilities, varied disabilities, and looked at entrepreneurs who are today making papad, pickle, chips, as well as running digital and internet centers, running tailoring and manufacturing shops, varied livelihoods in that sense. And we do see a lot of great stories coming out of it. I think in the morning sessions, in the earlier sessions, we spoke about moving from charity to empowerment. So here we are actually seeing people becoming more entrepreneurial, more empowered, and really contributing in terms of income, which is leading to dignity, a lot of confidence coming in
where energy and clean energy is like a catalyst for them to carry out a lot of their operations and businesses.
Very interesting, Sneha. Deepak, if I may come to you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Deepak Raj Sapkota from Karuna Foundation, Nepal. Karuna is very much into prevention of childhood disability, rehabilitation, and system strengthening within government systems so that it can be continued even after the exit of external partners like Karuna. You know, when we talk about disability and livelihood, two things are very important for us. One, disability, we do not have data. So identification, recognition, and acceptance as the human being within our own setting is key for us in our work. And livelihood, you know, how do we define it? According to our point of view, livelihood means income that can sustain a family in a decent manner. And many approaches that we have been introducing in different settings, you know, by providing a goat or some tokenism will not help. So we need to redefine it a little bit. And then when we talk about livelihood, obviously it's not only about finding job. Employment is one key issue, but you know, exploring the entrepreneurship that individual people and family they do have. And the third one is those who cannot go to the job market with severe disability. There has to be a social security or compensation mechanism by government or state authorities so that they can have a decent life in general. So these all three approaches are included in our program, and we're trying to redefine how we can bring them into the mainstream. And there is a very interesting research made by World Bank. You know, by excluding people with disabilities in the job market, we are losing almost 10% of the global GDP. So time has come to be united and, you know, deal the issue in a very dignified manner so that no one is excluded.
Thank you, Deepak. प्रहलाद, आपके क्षेत्र में जो लाइवलीहुड के लिए जो आप लोग करते हैं ग्रासरूट, उसके बारे में अगर बताएं, क्या चैलेंजेस, क्या मुश्किलों के सामना करना पड़ता है आपको?
मैं प्रहलाद बेनीवाल, ग्रासरूट फेलो करौली राजस्थान से हूँ, यूथ फॉर जॉब फाउंडेशन। हम दिव्यांगों के लिए, पीडब्ल्यूडीज के लिए जो वर्क करते हैं, सबसे पहले हम अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट करौली में या फिर कहीं भी हम राजस्थान में काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर सबसे पहले पीडब्ल्यूडीज के लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर से हम, डीसी सर होते हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट के मालिक होते हैं, उनसे कांटेक्ट करते हैं, उनसे मोबिलाइजेशन होता है। उसके बाद हम लोग वहाँ से डाटा कलेक्शन करते हैं, विलेज विजिट करते हैं। विलेज में विभिन्न प्रकार के जो गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय होते हैं, उनसे हम पीडब्ल्यूडीज का डाटा कलेक्शन करते हैं। आंगनबाड़ी सेंटर है, एएनएम है, सरपंच है, जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, बीडीओज हैं, वहाँ से हम पीडब्ल्यूडीज का डाटा कलेक्ट करते हैं। इसके बाद हम लोग पेरेंट्स मीटिंग, कैंडिडेट मीटिंग करते हैं। जो पेरेंट्स काउंसलिंग और कैंडिडेट काउंसलिंग होती है, उसके बाद जो पीडब्ल्यूडी कैंडिडेट होता है उसको ट्रेनिंग के लिए अपन हायर करते हैं। ट्रेनिंग हायर करने के बाद हम दो प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं उनको, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड है और बेज एम्प्लॉयड है। हम उसमें मैक्सिमम क्वालिफिकेशन और मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेशन रखते हैं, मैक्सिमम कुछ भी अधिकतम हो सकती है। सबसे पहले हम लोग मिनिमम 10th पास पीडब्ल्यूडीज कैंडिडेट होना चाहिए उसको जॉब के लिए। फिर ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट हो जाने के बाद हम कंपनी सेंट्रलाइजेशन करते हैं, लोकल मार्केट स्कैन करते हैं, उन लोगों के लिए हम जॉब सर्च करते हैं। जॉब सर्च करने के बाद उनका इंटरव्यू कराते हैं, इंटरव्यू कराने के बाद उनको हम प्लेसमेंट कराते हैं। प्लेसमेंट के बाद हम फॉलो करते हैं, कंपनी एचआर जो होते हैं उनको भी अपन फॉलो करते हैं, कैंडिडेट को भी फॉलो किया जाता है समय समय। हर 3 मंथ में हम उनको पोस्ट प्लेसमेंट करते हैं कैंडिडेट को। डाटा कलेक्शन के लिए हम लोग जमीनी स्तर पर डोर टू डोर भी कर सकते हैं, अगर कहीं गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस से अगर डाटा नहीं मिलता है, गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी हम काम करते हैं। गवर्नमेंट डीसी सर से मिलकर डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर जो होता है उनसे हम हमारे बारे में बताते हैं कि सर हम ये काम करते हैं और हम आपके साथ मिलके हम पीडब्ल्यूडीज के लिए हेल्प करेंगे। तो जो गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय होते हैं सब हमारी इस मदद के लिए हमेशा रेडी रहते हैं। जिस टाइप की हम मदद चाहते हैं गवर्नमेंट से हम इंट्रोडक्शन करते हैं। हम यूथ फॉर जॉब फाउंडेशन से हैं और दिव्यांगों के लिए हम पीडब्ल्यूडीज के लिए ये काम करते हैं। तो वो भी हमारे जो वर्क है हमारे वर्क से बहुत इफेक्टिव होते हैं, प्रभावित होकर के वो हमारी हर तरीका से हम जो एम्प्लॉय हैं, हमारी टीम है यूथ फॉर जॉब फाउंडेशन से एक दिव्यांग मित्र होता है डिस्ट्रिक्ट पर और एक ग्रास रूट फेलो और एक ट्रेनर होता है। तो इस तरीका से हम लोग पीडब्ल्यूडीज के लिए वर्क करते हैं और हम आगे भी इस तरीका से पीडब्ल्यूडीज के लिए हमारे जो सीईओ मैम हैं मीरा मैम, उनके मार्गदर्शन में हम लोग पीडब्ल्यूडीज के लिए हमेशा वर्क करते रहेंगे। थैंक्स।
So, Prahlad is talking, just to translate for those who don't follow Hindi, it talks about his role in his organization, Grassroots Divyang Mitra, and he starts with interaction with the Deputy Commissioner's office, which is an important office at the district level. And through that, he tries to mobilize people with disabilities in his districts. They try to look for people who have at least 10 years of education and up to the 10th standard. And then through various sources, whether it is Anganwadi workers who are primary health workers at the district level, and then when the identification is done, there is training, skill training, which is organized. They look for employers, and then there is a Youth for Job who is all constantly supporting them to develop their skills, their capacity to organize employers, and so on. And he wants to take this forward as he goes along in this journey. Thank you, Prahlad. Malika, over to you.
Thank you, Arman. Hi, everyone. We are on a mission to make India inclusive capital of the world. My name is Mallika Arjun. I'm a social entrepreneur, founder and CEO of IDEA, a social enterprise, Inclusive Divyangjan Entrepreneur Association. First of all, I would like to thank Meeraji and team, Shravaniji and team for bringing all of us together for this journey to happen. We are talking about rural livelihoods. We in India call rural Bharat. In 600 BC, Aryabhatta has invented zero. Later, it has become a history. In 2023, zero projects coming to India. I hope and see that by the time India becomes 100 years, India would become inclusive capital of the world by making all the things happen. We have that ability to do now, vision to execute. Now coming back to the challenges, when we started almost 3.5 years back, everybody even within the sector said, you are not going to succeed, this is not going to happen. Because Arman asked for challenges, the biggest challenge was mindset challenge, both within the sector, among the persons with disability, also among the policymakers, where everybody felt that persons with disability in this country can't be good entrepreneurs or self-employed people. That is where I need to mention here that we got two pillars. Who said that we are with you and you can start? One was the Hans Foundation. I'm very thankful to Sweta Rawatji, the chairperson, and the then CEO, Lieutenant General Mehtaji, later who became chairperson of IDEA. They said that you don't mind even if you fail, we are with you. Because we were saying that we may fail, because that is what entire sector says, that we are not going to create this impact. Why I'm saying this is, when I share the impact what has been created in the last 3 years, you will be amazed to know the resilience of persons with disability in this country. And there are two organizations who said, we are with you, solid rock. One was Hans Foundation and another was Saksham. They said that let us do it. What we were doing, we are trying to change the mindset of the society as well as persons with disabilities. We are telling that no pensions, no charity, no freebies. Let us start become contributors to the economy. We are telling that you need to start your journey of a giver, not a taker. How long you be a taker? People give you a wheelchair without giving the work. How does it work? So with this spirit, India's first ecosystem has been built with the support from National Skill Development Corporation and like-minded organizations. And this incubation center has gone through 2.5 years action research, understanding that what type of enterprises, micro enterprises in the rural areas, persons with disabilities would be able to establish. I'll be very happy briefly to share with you with an investment of 1.75 crore people on 700 persons with disability in 26 districts. Today, the first year, all of them together, these are all micro entrepreneurs, they did a turnover of almost 30.6 crores. So 3.6 million euro business turnover they did in last 1 year. And I'm very hopeful that in next 1.5 years, we'll touch this 100 crores. It's not only about the business turnover. They have an income of almost 10.8 crores in the last 1 year. 26% of the entire 700 people are women with disabilities in the rural areas. 65% of all these 700 are coming from women with rural areas. And then we have established almost 70 different kinds of business models for 12 different kinds of categories of persons with disabilities. With a through R&D using technology, understanding the abilities framework, building the ability framework among the persons with disability, trying to understand a person with autism, a person with dwarfism, a person having a road accident and then suddenly became a person with disability, what type of businesses they can be able to do it. Not only that, along this ecosystem, we have created India's first, their own network called Dhan Network, Divyangjan Hunar Atmanirbhar Network. Dhan in Hindi means paisa, money. So if it is all because of money, we thought that why can't we create a network of their own in the name of money? And this Dhan Network is going to be a long-term, association. So first of its kind R&D, we prototyped each and every model. When it comes, maybe if time permits, I would like to share. And we are very keen that like-minded people can join us to scale it up. Our mission is to create 5,000 Divyangjan entrepreneurs in next 4 years, and through them providing 10,000 jobs for non-Divyangjan as well.
Thank you, Malika. I think phenomenal work that you do. I think, the first round, I think all of you have spoken what you do and the kind of challenges you face and which is there. Just a little bit more, I think, specific, each one of you, if you could pick up one challenge and which you were able to answer with a solution with the work that you do. And specifically, if you could just mention the geography as well, trying to set context. India is a large country and different from every district to district, it changes, dynamics changes, people, culture changes, the language changes. So just wanted to have a little more understanding for the benefit of all the participants here. What do they take back with them, when they go back to their own offices, when they want to interact with people with disabilities, and when they think of livelihood, what solutions do you think, and specifically one challenge which you thought is existing and it's a major barrier which you thought to start with? I'll start with you, please. Nina.
Now you got my name right, that's good. I think one of the biggest challenge always is mindset. Like you rightly said, can they do it? So we were designing this project in a program. The geographic location is actually called Javadi Hills. It's one of the fragmented, eastern belt in Tamil Nadu. It's a mountain surrounded by reserve forest. So you can imagine that there is hardly any industry or, and the tribal people that live up in the mountain don't always have electricity also. Their income as such, if you may say, is by whatever agriculture they can do during the rainy season, which is say 3 to 4 months. So what happens to the rest? So this was the geographic location where we said we are going to set up a farm which basically means this is an agro-based initiative. Now, another challenge added to this was it needs to be specifically for persons with disability. So when we partner with local NGO and very happy, some of them have also joined us here. So first time when we sit down across the table and we discuss, we said, how many do you think can be part of this? And to make it more challenging, it's a hydroponic farm. So it's not just regular farming on the soil. Technology comes in. So how far can you make it easy and accessible and possible for persons with disability? So in the discussions, again, the thing comes, maybe 10-15% will be persons with disability. So now I look at it very differently, and I have the luxury of challenging the local partners. So we say, why only 10-15? In fact, at the inaugural session, the gentleman from ILO spoke about Spark Inclusion. You really need to visit that website. Wonderful project funded by ILO in partnership with many other organizations as well. And in their website, they have written, with persons with disability in the lead. It's not that they will have 10-15% of the jobs there. So we started, say, how can you put them in the lead? It'll take time, not from day one, especially if you're going for something as technologically, challenging as a hydroponic farm, but it's not impossible. So we sit down and, brainstorm, how are we going to make it? So the SHGs for persons with disability, just in that Javadi Hill area, there are more than 2,000 listed. And I had a shock of my life. And I can understand why it might be specific to a geographic region. But for me, the biggest challenge is how are we going to include all of them as part of this? Whereas if you start looking around hydroponic farms or any farm, people try to minimize labor costs. So where are you going to give the job? So the question is, harvesting. Can we not work with local SHGs to join as part of harvesting so that they become entrepreneurs? Because as Mallikarjun rightly said, that's a way forward. You grow, with you others grow. And entrepreneurship is one way to make this realistic for people in remote areas. Then again, remember, this is a mountaintop. So the question is, okay, now we have the produce. We start the designing by linking with companies. That's why this is a beautiful forum where you're bringing companies and the NGOs together. So we ask a company, you help me set up a hydroponic farm. Can you not help us even in marketing it? So the guy says, Pakka, I will do 100% buyback. So with that assurance, we start looking at volumes. Because one of the challenge we have experienced in helping in designing the livelihood projects is they work in pockets. So the economies of scale is not there. So companies will not step in to do bulk purchase and they need to be assured that I can keep coming back and get equal number. So the question is now there's a mountaintop. As a project when you design, we can always put a line item saying 2 pickup trucks to deliver the produce. But I said, why? Why can't we work with around 20-25 local pickup trucks are there? Promote them, they do a good job, they got a good pay. So promoting entrepreneurship in small way, there's no one solution and it's not one person can do. It is a collective effort, and that is why the ecosystem becomes crucial here. The willingness to experiment, the willingness to give it a shot, and that's where the mindset change is required. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shankara. The same question I put up to you, sir. Yeah. What do you think is a solution? What challenge did you address when you started this work?
Yeah, I will pitch from a different perspective. The ecosystem and mindset change is well said. But there are certain aspects of a person with disability. For example, if my potential has to be utilized fully, then I need to be supported by some people. So the system should provide the opportunity, reasonable accommodation for people with the high support needs to be supported by their escorts and by their caregivers. In many of the job environments, this is a kind of a challenge. But, you know, I am a successful person because I am provided with support systems. And I was also an independent director in a national aluminum company. And I was also holding many directorships in other NGOs. And even today, I am part of the management of one or two other NGOs other than our Seva. And I am also a chartered accountant doing auditing. So all this I am able to do because I am accompanied, I am allowed to have a person with me who can help me and support me. And if this happens, then our potentials are fully utilized. A person with a disability has a lot of potential. A person with high support needs certain additional assistance, which the job environment or the social ecosystem should allow, so that we are able to give our best to our society and we did not become a burden on the society. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Nina.
Well, thank you, Nina. I think that was my job, and you know you're doing it. Thank you so much. Sneha, over to you. You can use that. Yes.
Yeah, so for us, I think the challenge is slightly different, or we bank on a lot of partners like the panel here to take care of the counseling and the mindset bit. And after that which is the toughest job, I agree, after that is taken care of, we look at how do we reduce the drudgery that is involved in practicing any kind of livelihood. And how do we make it more of a long-term impact that doesn't cause too much of a physical strain to a person. So just to give you an example, there was, so in northern part of Karnataka, they eat a lot of millet-based rotis, which are usually half-baked and eaten slightly, they call it kadak roti, which has a shelf life of 1 to 2 months as well. So we had a mother-son duo who were making handmade of these rotis. So it's typically flattened by hand. The mother was engaged in that activity. And the son was a spinal cord. He'd injured his spinal cord around 10 years before that. So not really facing much, doing much of livelihood. So when we started engaging with this family, we looked at a machine which could roll rotis. And we changed the machine in a way that while he was wheelchair bound, he could operate the roti rolling machine all by himself. Where then the roasting and the cooking part was done by the mother. So that duo then started making around 200 rotis per day, which are sold at around 7-8 rupees. So that kind of revenues started kicking into the family. Similar example would be of say chili pounding or chips making, where we have worked with an entrepreneur who's visually impaired, who's making chips with the help of the machine, where the peeling of potatoes and slicing is mechanized, and frying is something that he's skilled at, so he's able to do it. Other challenge, so when we look at this, how can people access certain kind of machineries which are locally manufactured and easily serviceable, and integrating it with solar energy, which is far more reliable, which makes it flexible for people to work at any hour of the day, allow them to rest as and when required and work as and when required, and not really dependent on the grid at all. While we are doing this, financing and who pays for these solutions remains a challenge. That is where we are collaborating with a lot of regional rural banks who look at loans for entrepreneurs as they're part of priority sector lending portfolio, as well as really kicking in partnerships at the panchayat level where there are funds available under 14 Finance Commission or 15 Finance Commission, which looks at around 5% to 10% reservation for people with disabilities, where earlier they were looking at a lot of assistive technology, wheelchairs being distributed, which with certain partnerships we were able to pivot it and look at that fund for livelihood. So in the Raichur district of northern part of Karnataka, we have looked at around 200 entrepreneurs where the fund from Panchayat has been unlocked, and certain bank loans also have been unlocked for looking at these kind of diverse activities where certain manual processes have been replaced by machines, completely removing the fatigue and the muscle pain that usually people face, and increasing their production by 2x and 3x, and of course relating to income increase as well.
Thank you so much. Deepak?
Well, I think in case of Nepal, geography is a huge challenge. From sea level to Mount Everest, you can within 150 kilometers from south to north. So that's one of the issues. And other issues in case of disability, I think stereotype thinking, tailoring, candle making. I think we need to go a little bit beyond those kind of traditional stereotype thinking. And then technology is there. Many people with physical disabilities, they have been hired in the offshore business, and then they are doing extremely good. So there are options. And other issue that we have to deal with is market. How we can create market and bring production that is made by the people with disabilities from remote areas to the market is other part that we need to deal. We are currently working with 40,000 people with disabilities. They are organized in groups called organizations of people with disabilities. And we also have self-help groups called Milijuli group, where people with disabilities and their family members are organized. They have raised almost €500,000 in last 4 years. The time has come to go to the next level beyond, what Yunus has done in Bangladesh, this Grameen Bank, to the next level. I do not know what exactly that will be, but collectively we have to think together, and then we need to bring all those kind of resources and market and potential to the next level is other part. And finally, I think, as I mentioned in the earlier, the income is family or a person with disability makes has to be able enough to meet their monthly or annual expenses. It should not be sustainable if it is in a tokenism basis, like a goat for a family. It basically means nothing. We have to plan in a way that the family can sell a goat every month, so that their monthly income is made, and they do put full efforts to bring the livelihood to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak. प्रहलाद जी, आप अगर बोलना चाहें अभी कि अगर हम इन जो भी ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में जो समस्या है रोजगार को लेके, और खास करके हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात कर रहे हैं, या तो कैसे, या एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अगर बात करें तो क्या करने चाहिए, क्या दंड आप क्या अपनाने हैं कि इन सारे समस्याओं के समाधान हो सके, एक सिस्टम बन सके इन सब चीज़ों का, और सबसे बड़ी बाधा क्या है? एक बाधा अगर आप बताएं, आप जो काम करते हैं उसके बारे में।
एक्चुअली सबसे पहले हमारे सामने जो चैलेंजिंग है ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जॉब के लिए, अगर संबंध गांव के नज़दीकी एरिया जो बड़े टाउन होते हैं, शहर होते हैं, उनमें अगर इस तरीक़ा के कोई कंपनीज हैं, कंपनीज अगर वहाँ पे खोल दी जाए कि हाँ यहाँ पर अपने जो दिव्यांग भाई बहन हैं, PWDs भाई बहन हैं, वो वहाँ पर काम कर सकते हैं। नज़दीकी एरिया में अगर जो सिटी टाइप के जो सिटी आ जाता है नज़दीकी एरिया में 10-12 किलोमीटर के एवरेज में, तो वहाँ पे उन लोगों को लिए अगर ऐसी कंपनी छोटी मोटी, बड़ी भी नहीं हो, छोटी कंपनी हो या बड़ी हो, तो वो अगर कंपनी का अगर वहाँ पे 2-4 कंपनी किसी भी शहर में अगर खुल जाती हैं, तो सर सबसे पहले फोकस इसी पर रहता है। कोई कंपनियां हैं वहाँ पर वो ओपन हो जाती हैं, तो वो दिव्यांग जो PWDs हैं आने जाने की समस्या, ये सबसे बड़ा इश्यू रहता है। जब भी हम मोबिलाइजेशन करते हैं तो यही सामने आते हैं।
क्या करना चाहिए इसके लिए? मतलब आपको क्या लगता है, क्या इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए?
इसको मैं जैसा मैंने बताया कि गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से या प्राइवेट सेक्टर में अगर कंपनीज हैं तो कंपनीज अगर ओपन कर दी जाए तो वहाँ पर जो जनरल लोग हैं, ग्रामीण इलाके के दिव्यांग हैं, पीडब्ल्यूडीज हैं, वो जॉब आसानी से कर सकते हैं। बाहर जाने के लिए इच्छुक नहीं होते, वो 100 किलोमीटर है, 200 किलोमीटर अगर डिस्टेंस पर अगर वो जाने के लिए इच्छुक नहीं होते, तो अगर ऐसा होता है तो इंडस्ट्री एरिया है अच्छे, तो वहाँ पे उनको प्लेसमेंट कराया जा सकता है।
थैंक यू।
थैंक्स।
Malika?
So from our experience, I think we see three kind of challenges. One is an aspirational challenge, which is very, very big. So the persons with disability in this country has been told for years that you can't do anything. And this aspirational problem is not only with the PWDs, but with their families. One or the other reason they will find out not to send their PWD kids outside to explore the world. So the list is very big. But at the same time, this country also doesn't have any abilities framework. We always talk about disabilities, but it's a time for us to talk about the abilities of each individual. And based on that abilities, what sort of enterprises can be built or what sort of employment can be. When we did India's first abilities survey, we could find astonishing results from the rural areas, the type of aspirations that PWDs have. And when we ask them after 10 years, 5 years, what is that they would like to achieve, the type of dreams that they have. But somewhere these dreams are lying and there is no ecosystem which existed there. Second thing is a responsibility challenge. We as a community and society always told that you are a PWD person, nothing to do, we'll take care of you. They also want to contribute to their family, to their community, to their society. So in our program, initially we completely failed when we started giving them something. But when we put this responsibility into it, our success rate started coming in. For their sister's marriage, for their mother's health, or something else, they really want to do the business and earn the money. I all request, in fact, again, thanks to Hans Foundation, when we were having a problem with intellectually challenged, we really wanted to create some businesses and we were failing. We were discussing then, team introduced to us to a concept called SRV, Social Role Valorization. Keystone Institute is here. I'll request all of you. How do we ensure that each person with disability in this country first play their social roles? And then comes the rest of the things. I, as an individual, if I can start understanding my social roles, which can build up to aspirations, and then finally we take up. The third important challenge, which even now we are not realizing, is a market challenge. 5 to 7% of country's population, 12% of the people are going to be elderly. We can influence 20% of, we together are almost 20% in this. We are not seeing ourselves as a market. That is where the major problem is. So the day we start realizing our market potential, that is where the brands, companies, corporates, or anybody for that matter, including the government, will come to us. So this needs to be done. This needs to happen, that we as a market start getting into advocacy and started telling them that, look, if you are not going to be inclusive, this population is going to be out. That is how the first sign language film in Gujarati started, because they started realizing people will be coming. That is how several brands now realized. Axis Bank suddenly come out. They are one of the partners here. I appreciate them, because they know now that 1% of people in this country are here having hearing problems. If their accounts can be in Axis Bank, that can create wonders. We did some in inclusive communication space. So somewhere at the national level, we need to create this ecosystem where market responds, and that is how inclusion is going to happen. And automatically, if you can link up these business ecosystems to mainstream ecosystems, where people in their supply chain start looking for inclusion and start employing or empowering entrepreneurs with disabilities, start giving them the orders, and each order, even in our homes, if we start procuring 1% of our products from persons with disability, that can change, thousands of people's life. So this narrative needs to be built in, and I think together this is a wonderful platform to start that.
Thank you so much, Malika. I think you've said a lot. I don't know if there's a question and answer thing here or we just close the panel. Yeah, if anyone have any question to any of the panelists, we'll be happy to take that 1 or 2 questions. You may raise your hand. So I don't see any hands up, so I think everybody is tired. And so is the, who? Yes, can we have a mic? There.
Mallikarjun.
Yeah, please go ahead.
What will be the income per day if they do some work?
What will be the income?
What will be the income per day? Whatever the product they make.
Great question, sir. So we have categorized all these entrepreneurs into 3 categories: Swarojgar, Lagu Udyami and Udyami. And I firmly believe the income will be like any other entrepreneurs. And for all these people, there are certain level of intervention. How do they graduate from Swarojgar, which is the basic livelihood or the self-employment thing, and then slowly they graduate into Lagu Udyami, which is a micro or nano entrepreneur, and then they get into becoming a small entrepreneur. So if we look at the sales on an average, 15,000 is the average figure which everybody is working. If I can tell among these entrepreneurs, there is one entrepreneur in a very rural aspirational district called Nu. He is earning almost 70,000 per month with doing a business of 2.5 lakhs. And the micro income generation activities which are happening in the rural areas, they are earning somewhere between 8,000 to 12,500.
So I think there's one more question here. Yes.
I suggest you take her question first, then I'll put my question.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. You can ask your question. Please
No,
go ahead.
I don't have a question, Arman. I only want to use this opportunity because our great friend Shankar Raman talked about the support, high support need individuals. Many such individuals who are giving that support are present in this hall. I wish under your moderation today, at the end, we spend 20 seconds giving all the high support caregivers a hand and ask them to come up. For instance, Shankar Raman's high support person is right here. We should take this to also acknowledge those who help us in our everyday life. Thank you.
Point taken, sir. Thank you so much. Yes.
I mean, my question is actually to not one person, but everyone. I tend to think that this is, when we come to these conferences, it's like, I feel it's a missed opportunity because we tend to think of everything in boxes and compartments, and sometimes we're not able to connect everything. What we are discussing here is extremely important, but I was looking at the audience. I don't know how many of us were paying attention. Sorry, I'm very straight, and I'm probably would not, this might not be the right way of addressing the issue. What I want to really say is that the problem is all interconnected. The rural area and the skill and employment and education, everything is connected. If you really want to solve it, first you need to make sure that people are paying attention, and people would pay attention if you get their attention by talking about something that would actually make an impact sooner. Like, we can't wait. This is the International Week of the Deaf, and the theme that is going like yesterday and today is preventing language deprivation in deaf children, right? If you don't have language, we won't have education, we won't have anything. I'm not saying that, like, let's just talk about one disability, but that's like a huge number of children not getting language. And that's very basic. And throughout the day, I think nobody has even mentioned that it's the International Week for the Deaf People. So I'm just like, calling out the elephant in the room. I'm sorry if I'm being rude. I'm just saying that if you really want to make an impact, make people listen to you. I don't think so. Most of us are listening to you. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I think, yes, ma'am, there. So I think it's yeah, let me answer. I'm the moderator.
Listening
so
to that.
Yeah, madam, let me answer. So thank you. No, brilliant. I think, yes, great that at least you were paying attention. And I personally believe, that how much attention have I paid, I will get that attention only. It's what you are. When I say what you are, what disabled people are. So how much do you pay attention to each other? How much you collaborate? How much you listen? And so it's a, we cannot guarantee, and it's a diverse participants here. There's a diversity. You cannot guarantee. It's not a school. And even in school, in a classroom, people don't listen. You could come and learn. So it's very individualistic. We must appreciate the organizers, and appreciate everybody who's taken time out to be here since the afternoon and still here beyond 6 o'clock, being part of the entire process. They believe in them. The fact that people want to learn, that is what is keeping them here. Otherwise, nobody is bounded to be in this room. So I want to have a big round of applause for everybody who's there in this room. And it's a full room, please. Yes, please. So that's number one. And even if there was one person in this room, I think we would be, and if that one person can make a difference, we would run this show for that person. And even if the room is full and it doesn't make any difference, that's number one. And sir, to your point, I am a person with disability myself, and I understand where you come from. And there's a round of applause which I asked is for everybody here. So let's not belittle people who are not. I think fantastic, and all of us here, I think we have a purpose. And that's what brings us together. That's what's us, and the beauty of our country is the diversity that we are in, and fantastic Rukmani, to be able to put through her thought, this agreeing to disagree, itself is the beauty of this program. And I must thank Michael and Meera and everybody else who has organized this thing, and for us to be able to articulate our thoughts and so on. So nevertheless, I must apologize to the organizers for this delay, which I have caused. I have gone 10 minutes beyond my allotted time, but I will request a few more minutes that I can close it here. To be very honest, when we talk about rural livelihood, it's a taboo issue, when we talk about India. When we talk about jobs for persons with disability or jobs for a person without disability, we look at Bangalore, we look at Gurgaon, we look at Pune, we look at Bombay, we look at Delhi, we look at Noida, and then you come to smaller cities like, so beyond the 4 metros. So it's employment for anybody is a challenge globally. You go to the most developed country in this world, you will find there is a challenge of employment for everybody. And when it comes to employment for people with disability, it is even higher and it is more difficult. The context that today Zero Project India conference is happening here is to how do we learn from each other? How do we exchange ideas? How do we know what's working? And I think, my panelists, all of them, spoke about their fantastic efforts, and they're making us understand that it is possible. It's tough, but it is possible if you want to bring a solution to, a challenge like employment for people with disability. Shankar Raman, he talked about reasonable accommodation in a rural livelihood. I think all of you, if you have time, you must visit where he is from, what the kind of organization he runs and the kind of work he's doing. His elder brother is there right in the back, and somebody, today is asking about reasonable accommodation in a livelihood in a rural setup. I think it's a time, it's an indication that the times will change, and we will change the times. We will not wait for anybody else to hear us and then do what they want us to do. I will change it, because I am a person with disability, and all of us, we need to do that. So I believe in this, when I hear each of my panelists that to talk about 2000 self-help group, it's mind-boggling. When you hear about tech being used to do rural livelihood and including disabled people, I think, we are not in the agenda. Let's call spade a spade. You talk about disability, you are not in the agenda. When everything is done, you are an afterthought. But when you organize a conference like this, you realize that you are in the forefront, there is a spotlight on you, and you make the use of it. We have CII here, I think they want to change something tomorrow, they can put the weight behind the sector, things will move. And I want to register my gratitude to everybody here who is taking this beyond that. A few takeaways, I wanted to close this session on. I think when you talk about mindset, we understand that there is a huge lack of awareness about disability per se, and then disability and livelihood is something which is another challenge. Then we have at least a decade for us to work hard and break into the mainstream. I think there is a policy gap. There is a need to have a right kind of policies around promoting innovations and livelihood for people with disability and taking all disabilities together. The government needs to come up with incentive, looking at small and medium enterprises, looking at SME. And I must acknowledge my panelists here who are talking about entrepreneurships. I think the kind of startup ecosystem India has, we are showing the world the way forward. I think we need to look at disabled people and making them entrepreneurs who can give employment and not seek employment more. But there is need to be an ecosystem. There is a need to be a policy change. There is need to be a lot of awareness. I think I can go on and on, but I am also conscious about the time. Another 1 minute, sorry. Yes, and Deepak kept saying it's not one goat that you give it to a family. I think look at that statement when you say that you just not one goat, and if it is a tokenism will not work. I think that's a very important statement somebody has made, and somebody who's coming from a difficult terrain where livelihoods is challenging. So thank you, Deepak, for giving us that kind of faith, that kind of a vision that tokenism will not work. And on behalf of my panelists, I would like to thank each one of you for being patient, to staying on till beyond 6 o'clock. And I would end this session specifically when we talk about rural livelihoods and persons with disability. I think people with disability will have to stop being a beneficiary. They have to become a leader. They have to take leadership of their life. They have to take control of their life, have to seek what they want and not wait for somebody to listen to them and then do what they being told to them to do. So I think Malika talked about aspiration. Super, I think you said it. And to each one of you in this room, Godspeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arman, and all our esteemed panelists. Thank you for ending the day, I think, at such a high note of belief. CII, no pressure, but it was really invigorating, I think, to hear all the work that has been done and also the belief that so much more can be done. So thank you. I'd now invite my colleagues to please give a token of appreciation to all the panelists on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much. That brings us to the close for today. We look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for more engaging conversations. I would like to invite all of you to please, however, join us for high tea in the exhibition space. This is an opportunity. We've all been missing tea. I think it's really cold in this room. So please enjoy a cup of tea and please get to know each other a little bit more and see what's on display as well. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you so much. Yes, applause would be great.